Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
We will indeed, and by God, I hope you can hear me today. We are going to have a magnificent day in service to white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. Especially huge victories today that we are most excited about. We're going to be talking about them. Featured stories companies will have to prove their hiring by AI isn't racist or sexist. We'll be talking about that. Poll of Trump voters say that racism against Westman is a bigger problem than racism against blacks. School to take down anti-racism resolution, also interesting there. And what else do we have? Oh, yes. We might dip into an old website that doesn't exist anymore. Just a little info on something called Jew Watch. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there is this. 4 guy friends get together after being separated for 20 years because of work and family obligations. Guy A says that it's great to see you all. Guy B says that it's been too long. Guy C says that guys A and B have gotten fat. And Guy D high fives everyone and says he'll be right back, that he has to use the bathroom. Guy A then says that he thinks his son has got to be doing better than the 3 sons of the other 3 men. My son, he says, has a girlfriend that is at least a 7, and he's doing so well at the car dealership he owns that he was able to give his best friend a Lambo. Guy B then says, that is impressive, but my son's company produces airplanes, and his company is doing so well that he was able to give his best friend a jet. And his girlfriend, she's at least an 8. Guy C nods and says, both of your sons have done well, but I think my son has your sons beat. His girl is a 9. He's a real estate agent, and he has his own firm. They're doing so well, he gave his best friend a castle. At that moment, Guy D returns from the bathroom. He's told that they're discussing how hot their sons' girlfriends are and what their sons have been doing for a living. And he's asked what his son has been up to. Well, he says, my son is a gay stripper on OnlyFans. What? Responds Guy A with a look of confusion on his face. I didn't know he could dance, uncomfortably says Guy B. He's probably not making much money, adds Guy C. Actually, responds Guy D, he's doing really well. He just got a Lambo, jet, and castle from his 3 boyfriends. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great Sunday gathering here, 5 p.m. in the most great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And great to see everybody who is here today in service to white well-being, white positivity on fire. I hope you all were singing as we got started here today. We will have our home again. It is magnificent. It is our destiny that we are recapturing. It is wonderful, wonderful, wonderful to be here with everybody. As I say, once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, where a very senile old man is looking to be replaced by one who can barely speak on the Democrat side of things. But we'll see how and whether or not things end up changing there. You may, over the course of this stupendous, electrifying gathering, you may financially gift, and you can do so by dropping down into the description and finding the places where you can do that. One of those places is Entropy, where you can financially gift over there, and you can write a little message, even though the Tall Kevin widget doesn't work anymore on Entropy. If you're having problems with financially gifting there in cash dollars, you'll have to contact them over on their server, Discord server, and ask around about where you can find them to rectify the problem. You may also financially gift over there on DLive in their weird little cryptocurrency, where I see a sticker has been placed by, what is that, Toucan Jam. And it's a bunch of little frogs on a little bed. Hello to you and welcome to all the little frogs in your family. And you may also financially gift in a funny little cryptocurrency, library tokens, over there on Odyssey, as well as cash dollars on Odyssey. Finally, you can head on over to Cash App, which I will see on the monitors over here. And when you financially gift there, you may do so in cash dollars, and you may also do so in several cryptocurrencies. If you would like to financially gift with a cryptocurrency over the course of this gathering, and you wanted to be completely anonymous, no name, no message, no nothing, you may head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab. You'll see the wallets, 5 of them that we use there. You'll also find a snail mail address, and in the mailbag, we have one Elaine Sabatino. The whole Elaine is in the mailbag, if you can believe it or not. And we'll take a look at that a little bit later. But you can find those wallets over there on nowhiteguilt.org under the financial gift tab, and you can financially gift, and we'll recognize it in the subsequent week anonymously, of course. Otherwise, if you financially gift over the course of the gathering, I will read your comments no matter what, even if I have to change them a little bit to protect myself, this channel, and the good work that we're doing in service to white well-being, which is a service to everybody of every race, religion, and creed who live in these once great United States. Please make sure while we are getting started here, we are getting rolling and in fuego, as we always are, that you share the URL with your circles of influence. Let people know that we are going free. This is the Going Free gathering that happens on Sundays, 5 p.m. Eastern, every Sunday, virtually. And we get together for about 4 hours, and we have a heck of a lot of fun. Let folks know so that they can come over and join the good work that we are doing and actually make a difference in this 90-degree temperature here in the once great state of Virginia. It's boiling, but the AC is running, thank the good Lord, and we're going to have a heck of a time here today. Let's get into the swashbuckling announcements. Why don't we? First, we're going to celebrate the fact that the channel, although has far more than 800 videos, it now has 800 videos, I believe that's right, that are available on youtube.com/no-white-guilt. All of them white positive. Imagine the reservoir here that we have of white positive, white magic changing the world. 800 videos. There are far more you can find. I've made far more, hundreds more. YouTube has taken down a bunch, and I've taken down a bunch to protect us from changes in their standards and concerns about whatever it might be that is the thing of the day, the anti-white thing of the day that they're so very excited about, and they're ready to punish anybody who deviates slightly, victimizes, cut your hands off and your tongue out so you can't share your ideas. 800 videos, ladies and gentlemen. We have done this together, and it is a glorious thing. I love it. We're going to head on to, in just a moment, our first story. But before we get there, we are going to celebrate one gentleman. I have to just say, Franklin, get out your 07s, 007s, swashbuckling flags. I want you to fill the live chat with the swashbuckling flags for Franklin. Because this guy, several times, just by accident, I got on streams here or there, and I see Franklin in the live stream. I'm like, what? How is he here? And he's over there. And he's over there. Let's make sure this guy gets some swashbuckling flags. He's walking on gems already. This man needs flags and swords and shields of all types of swash, because he's over there and he's like, no white guilt, no white. And he's various angles he takes. He talks to people in the live chats. He talks to the content creators. He's there spreading white well-being. One of the best swashbucklers that has ever lived on planet Earth. They will make songs to Franklin in the years to come about his epic swash through town after town. God love this gentleman. A big 007. Make sure you celebrate Franklin. Over there in particular, I want to say he was in Elijah Schaefer's chat I saw, where a content creator that Elijah was interviewing said, who do you think is actually pushing back and doing something against what's happening to us? And Franklin was like a laser light beam, just in the live chat. You know who it is, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate. You know who we're also going to celebrate? Cool. Papa J Magic. Swash to Papa J Magic. Let's break out the flags. Swash flags. Run them up the flagpole, ladies and gentlemen. Cool Papa J Magic in live chats. I've seen him with my own two eyes, spreading white well-being, a glorious gentleman. On Twitter, we have two that I want to name today that I've seen. And remember, if you're not getting named and you're out there rocking it, then you need to make sure that somebody knows that can tell me that you're making yourself known, that you're making yourself heard, that you're doing the right thing. Get input and change yourself, change this world. We're celebrating now with some swash, some 07s and 007s and Rogus emojis. R.I.P. Cannon Hennett and Archangel over there on Twitter, as well as the boss, the main boss, biospirit of the West, making magic happen, white magic, big white magic over there on Twitter. God bless you gentlemen. And I need to get some input about what's happening on Gab. And also, I don't get as much information from there, but we're going to celebrate next. Azimuth Clark. Big, epic king swash for Azimuth Clark, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to tell you why right now. Azimuth Clark over there on Devin Gibson, 800,000 plus subscribers, 800,000 plus. Azimuth Clark, break out the swash, run him up. This guy has come in. He has swung in on a rope that's on fire, and the sword is out, and a rose is in his teeth, and he has taken out the adversaries. What a glorious gentleman. And he's over there using anti-white narrative. And then in the next stream, Devin Gibson titles Anti-White Narrative. That's how it happens, ladies and gentlemen. When they ask, how did this happen? Where's it coming from? It's strange. It's all of a sudden, like the past 5 years, it's all of a sudden, it's just like, it's us. It's Team White Wellbeing, ladies and gentlemen. Make it heard, make it loud and proud, because we're going to keep going with Epic Swash. We have been on him. You have been on him. There are people who are in the background have been on this gentleman, and they've been working, and they've been pushing, and they've been sharing, and they've been doing it intelligently, intelligence and plan and strategy of forethought, and they've made this happen, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Make sure you can hear what's about to be said by the one and only Matt Walsh. We celebrate Matt Walsh, and we celebrate every single one of Team White Wellbeing, all the OT, everybody getting into this and making it happen. Just listen closely to what Matt has to say.
Standard that is never applied to the most popular rap artists in the world. Well, because Aldean is white, number one, and conservative, and he sings country music. I mean, that's the whole reason. It's as simple as that. They accuse him of racism, but it's their own racism. Their anti-whiteism.
Oh, yeah! The anti-whiteism, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it's happening. That's how it's going down across the world. Oh, yeah, that's what happened, ladies and gentlemen. These are the successes that change the world. This is how we are doing something that no one else across the white sympathetic sphere has ever been able to do. And in fact, the things that are touted these days as the biggest things that can be done, the most revolutionary, the most amazing things that can be done against the anti-white oligarchy, against these anti-white establishment, the anti-white regime. Those things have all been done and failed repeatedly over a great many years. And it was just, and I might talk about this tonight. I'm thinking about it. But if not tonight, I'll make it a roll-in, and we'll specifically focus on this one thing. But I was speaking with Rapunzel the other day, and I was talking about how amazed, just how utterly amazed I am at the midwittery that is out there, and how perfect the anti-white trap is to play the villain in their narrative. And that all of these things that these people are coming forward and they're like, well, if you're not saying this, I mean, specifically like about yours truly, if you're not saying this, if you're not Jay Spurgeon, if you're not Jay Spurgeon, you're not relevant. You're not saying anything about you. This is revolutionary. And then I'm like, well, wait a second. Back in the 90s, there were websites. There were websites when the internet was free, when the internet had free speech, when it was totally free speech, when even Google said the algorithm tied their hands. Does anybody remember that? Does anybody remember when Google used to defend themselves by saying, we can't do anything about these results that turn up what people want about the things that they search? We can't do anything about it. The algorithm ties our hands. Does anybody remember? I do remember that. I do remember because I was already long neck deep in service to white well-being, long neck deep in it. And people could access all of the information out there. And there were websites out there that shared information. And there's one in particular that I recall that I was like, wait a second. There was this website and it had more information for Jay Spurgeon than there has ever been anywhere, any place at any time. And not only that, the internet was free. The internet was free speech. And when you typed in 3 little letters about a particular group of people, you probably know what I'm thinking about. It was number 1 on the Google search for year upon year upon year upon year. And what happened? Nothing whatsoever, because Jay Spurgeon is the perfect trap to prevent white people from ever reclaiming our destiny. So it's a very interesting thing. We might get into it and talk about it here today, but we got plenty of other things to talk about because there's a big problem going on out there, ladies and gentlemen. And the big problem is that companies are deciding that they want to use AI to do their hiring because they figure they'll be able to find better candidates. And maybe there are even people in different companies here because they know the bottom line is sales. The bottom line is clients and customers and making money and et cetera. And so maybe they're thinking we can maybe get around this anti-whiteism just a little bit, this rabid discrimination against white males, and to a very slowly increasing extent, white females as well. But maybe we can get around it because we'll say, well, we didn't do it. The computer did it. And so you can't blame us. Well, the anti-whites are not going to allow that to happen, are they? No, they're going to get involved. And they're saying already, you will make sure that your AI systems discriminate against white men. That's what they're saying. We're going to translate it to what it actually is. You're going to make sure that your AI systems discriminate against white men. Let's go ahead and have a look at this right now. Move this over here. And we will be into the stories of the day. Companies will have to prove their AI hiring software isn't sexist or racist. Anti-white slur that we never use. So this is a law. This is a law in the state of New York, and it will be a law everywhere. But if they don't make it into a law, what's more powerful than a law? The moral imperative. And so the anti-white moral imperative remains in place until it is contended with by champions of white well-being wielding the moral imperative of white positivity. That is the only time it's undermined. Everybody else has already had a chance at bat. You know, that's how it goes. You've had your chance at bat and you lost. Now, some of you, I respect your effort for your chance at bat. You gave it your best. I understand. It makes sense that that was all you could do. But others, I have nothing but contempt for, because you just want to stay up at bat, even though you continue to lose, even though your method, your style, your approach, your vehicle sucks. Even though that's the case, you just want to stay at bat. No, we're not going to let anybody else up here. Time has come. You're now superannuated. You're not needed anymore. Step down. Step down. Is this a video? Should we see if it, what do they have to say here? Or should we just go straight to the, says here in the article, New York City businesses that use artificial intelligence to help find hires now have to show the process was free from sexism and racism. Sexism, of course, is just another form of anti-whiteism. It is one of the subcategories of anti-whiteism. Subset of the superset of anti-whiteism. And so there inevitably there are going to be people out there talking. If you haven't already seen them, perhaps you can share with me that there are going to be people out there talking about how, well, AI will do the hiring, and then that will get, especially I can imagine conservative types are going to be talking about AI and how that's going to remedy the discrimination and etc. Wrong once again. Wrong. Why are there people out there, in all honesty, in all seriousness, why are there people out there who think that artificial intelligence is going to think on its own and is going to tell the world, no, 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 you can't be anti-white? Of course it's not. It's a product of people. The anti-whites are going to use it to say, look at what the supercomputer is also anti-white. They're going to intervene every time. Just another tool to be used against us. And here you have it, just unquestionably presented again to you. In fact, indeed. A new law, which takes effect Wednesday, is believed to be the first of its kind in the world. Under New York's new rule, hiring software that relies on machine learning or artificial intelligence to help employers choose preferred candidates or weed out bad ones, called an automatic employment decision tool, or AEDT. AEDT must pass an audit. By whom? Oh, anti-whites, of course. Must pass an audit by a third-party company, Anti-White Central, to show it's free of racist or sexist bias. Do not fall into the trap of making an argument about how AI will be free of discrimination, and I don't want anybody to be, and AI will be free of it, and if you just don't meddle with it, but they're going to meddle with it because they're persnickety people or whatever conservatives are going to say, right? Not the good conservative people out there, good patriots out there, but these airheaded twits. And we're going to be talking about some of them from this polling, which shows Donald Trump voters, and we'll get into it, Donald Trump voters believe that anti-whiteism, of course we translate here, is a bigger problem in America than discrimination against Black people. But there's a problem, because a giant chunk of them, and then I'll finish the sentence as we get into that story. So there are some opportunities, but there is more proof that what we teach here is 100% true and accurate, and that's why we get the results that nobody else gets. So they must pass an audit. In point of fact, how do you ensure that a machine will not be sexist, what they refer to, the anti-whites refer to as sexist, or both anti-white slurs, sexist and racist? Outcome. And what is the outcome that is undesirable? White males being hired. So the audit is going to ensure that few to no white males will be hired. And then the algorithm, the software will be found to be not racist or not sexist. Companies that run AI hiring software must also publish the results. Businesses that use third-party AEDT software can no longer legally use such programs if they haven't been audited. No use in complaining. Do not complain that they're going to have to submit to an audit. No use in complaining about it. I mean, I could see conservatives now saying that they're making the machines woke. I mean, that's how lame it's going to be. That's how cringeworthy. That's how much it's going to actually twist your intestines from the cringe, and you're going to end up in the hospital with sepsis. Companies are increasingly using automated tools in their hiring processes. Kathy O'Neill, CEO. Oh, Kathy. I wonder how she became a CEO. Is it because of her skills? Is it because she's like 62 years old of nothing but successes and all gray hair and knows the company from top to bottom? Or is it because she doesn't have a penis and she's not white? Is that the reason, Kathy? Consulting firm that's been running audits on hiring tools for companies that want to be in good standing with New York's new law said the rise in tools that automatically judge job candidates has become necessary. Well, wait a second. How does a company exist to run this auditing before there's a law in place? It almost smacks of some sort of, I don't know, like vested interest, like double dealing, underhanded dealing, under the table dealing. Hey, you start the company because we're going to have to make these AI, all the AI anti-white. You start the company that will do the audits because we're going to pass this law, and then you'll be just well positioned. You'll be really well positioned to receive millions and millions of taxpayer dollars, which a portion of which you can feed back into the Democrat machine. Isn't that interesting how that works in this just assholeian, corrupt, anti-white America? Isn't that exactly how corrupt and awful it is? Right? Just perfectly placed. Said the rise in tools that automatically judge job candidates has become necessary because job seekers are also using tools that send out huge numbers of applications. Okay, so you're going to have a bunch of people spitting out applications, and the machines will be evaluating, and it's just going to be based on the, WorldConqueror, it is okay to call in today. It's just going to be based on the what they've done, how many years they've been in the industry, what their grades were at university, what subjects did they study there, how well did they do in the extracurricular activities at university, at high school, at trade school, etc. No, because they're going to be saying what race, and they're going to have to teach where they can't just say how do you define yourself racially? How do you define yourself religiously? How do you define yourself? They'll have to teach the AI to guess at the race, just like all of these other institutions, all of these other hiring experts have been doing forever. Let's take a look at the name. Let's take a look at the kinds of things they're into. Let's take a look at the way that they write it within their resume, within their CV. Let's take a look, and then we'll bring them in based on whether or not we think they are non-white or white, and then we'll be able to choose. The AI is going to have to learn how to do that itself. Isn't that fascinating? Or like YouTube and elsewhere, the AI will just bring in the human. They'll say, here's what we've assembled, and now you humans can pick the one out that has the proper amount of non-white in them. Then that can be the person that gets hired. It's like everywhere you turn in Western civilization, every day you wake up, every time your eyelids open up your window onto this Asholian world, it's the same thing. It's anti-whites somewhere kicking the shit out of white people. And we are the only ones that push back. We are the only ones that succeed. We are the only ones that are victorious. If you don't like it, if that makes you upset, then good. It should make you upset. Go away or decide to become white positive and join us in the good work that we are doing here in service to white well-being. We don't need people who are complainers. We don't want people who are observers. We don't want people who are noticers. We want people who are doers, who are willing and ready and able to take back their lives, their families' lives, their children's lives, their friend circle lives, their work circle lives, and our society at large. Those are the only folks we want. Time is running out. Experts say that while the New York law is important for workers, it's still very limited. Let's say, computer science professor at New York University, Julia, wonder how she got her job. I wonder how Julia got her job. Julia. Founding member of the city's Automatic Decision System Task Force. Oh, the Automatic Decisions Systems Task Force. That's going to be, do you see how it's going to, I'm going to be right again. I'm going to be right 100% again. AI, all of these systems, just like, what do you think an algorithm is? It's AI. They're going to be made to serve anti-white objectives, and then they're going to go to you and they're going to say, it's hands off. A machine's doing it. That's why you starve to death. That's why you don't have health insurance and you die from a tick bite. You die from a flea bite. You die from a spider bite. That's why your child got a fever and ended up having some gangrene, had to have the legs removed because a machine made the decision. And you don't have a job, you didn't get into the university. It's not our fault. The machine is looking out at the world and it knows everything. It knows more than you could ever know. So it's time to just surrender your biases and accept what the God machine tells you is right. Of course, that's what the anti-whites were going to do all along. We need to be telling people this so that when it rolls out exactly as we say it does and will, people will remember, but you need to browbeat them. Don't say, oh, no, you shouldn't browbeat them. You should just be, very. Now, of course, I'm saying something general here. I'm not saying that in every single case, but in many cases, because there are going to be people out there that you have to handle a bit more gently. But in the majority of cases, you want to go back to people and you say, remember when I told you that? Oh, you don't? Because you have the memory of a lemming? Okay, well, let me just remind you that I told you this is exactly how it would roll out. And the reason we here talk about these things is because we use them as a catalyst to introduce the key concepts, to introduce meme curatives, to introduce the things that work in this world. And for every one of you out there who wants to say, well, that's just, you guys got a language. You guys got a language. How many fucking Jewish names do you know, you fucking loser? How many names of Jewish people or Arab people or whatever it is, and how many incidents, and how many country names, and how many this happened, and how many, you know all of that shit, don't you? You know all those names, but you can't learn meme curative. You can't learn meme pathogen. Stop being a bitch and start being a hero. Nothing but shadows, following other people around in this world. Nothing but shadows. Nothing but shadows. I'm really glad the law is on the books. Says, truly, the computer science professor. For example, the bias audit is very limited in terms of categories. We don't look at age-based discrimination, for example, which in hiring is a huge deal. Or disabilities, she added. Okay, so how would an anti-white, you're going to take Julia, what's her name? You're going to take Julia at her word that she wants to just make sure that people, just generally people, are not being discriminated against on the basis of their age and on the basis of whether or not they are handicapped. How many want to take her at her word? Should be zero. Because what this anti-white bitch, POS, is going to do, you can smell her before she shows up. What she's going to do is she's going to go in there and say, in cases where the non-white applicant is way too old for the job, and the white applicant, a white male applicant, is the only other applicant, you can't discriminate against the age of the non-white applicant. And since if you discriminate on the basis of race, the machine is guilty of racism, the machine will be programmed to select the aged, crippled, non-white person so that the white male can suffer. That is what it's all about. Get it right in your heads if you don't understand it yet, because I keep tuning in to these conservative podcasts, these conservative live streams and the like, and I keep seeing people talk about how, oh, well, it's just for them. So they can always, no, they are collateral beneficiaries. It's to hurt you. That's what it's all about. If there weren't white people that could work anywhere, there would be none of this. You would not see them talking about, it's all about victimizing white people. It's also not clear how the law will be enforced or to what extent. So, of course, the anti-whites, they want to absolutely crush any company, financially destroying them, any company that decides that they are going to use AI and try to use that as a shield, which is something you can absolutely see conservatives doing, can't you? Or just generally greedy capitalist dogs, right? They're going to try to say, well, this is my opportunity. This is my opportunity to selfishly serve my own ass so that I can get a leg up on the opposition. They're still going to have to hire incompetent people that, and the majority, some of them will be, there'll be some competent people in there, but the majority will be will not be competent because they're being selected on the basis of their race. So nothing but incompetence. So they're going to say to themselves, as a capitalist dog, selfishly individualistic, I'm going to use this AI. And then I'm going to say, it's not my fault. It's not my fault they picked a bunch of white guys and a couple, non-white people here and there that deserve. It's not my fault. I mean, when you have a population that still has this many white guys in it, you're going to get a lot of white guys getting jobs, right? Sorry, bitches that can't do math out there. And that's just the way it is. Ready for the math lesson? It's called probability. That's a math lesson y'all missed out on, apparently. All right? And they're going to say, well, and they're going to use this. I'm just using the AI. It's not my fault. You can't blame us. That's what the AI decided to hire. They're going to use this as a dilatory tactic, as we see time and again, just like we see all these schools in, where was it? Connecticut. Just like we see all these schools. You got to have this racial balancing. You got to ship them, you see, from the southeast side of the state to the northwest side of the state. You got white going this way. You got non-white going that way, because you got to racially balance all of the schools. And then they find dilatory instead of confronting. And one of the problems is they don't get to hear from us. Why don't they get to hear from us? For one thing, there are anti-whites out there who keep getting in the way. But they're not even the problem. The problem are the people who are supposedly in our own camp, that need to have everyone turn their backs on them. Because any content creator, organization leader that would get in the way of the success that we're having, that would prevent people from finding out the good that we're doing here, anybody that would get in the way that would not be celebrating it, are an obstacle that is worse than anti-whites. Let me tell you what, folks, when you have a conquered country, when you have a conquered nation, when you have a conquered people, and you can ask Islam exactly how to handle this. It's been done other places on planet Earth. There's no use. There's no reason to go out and investigate all of it. You can if you want. But I've been there. I've already looked at it. I've already studied it. I've already investigated it in my search to release our people, to free our people of anti-whiteism, so that the spirit of the West could come forth in our people where they were, people I would never meet, with talents I could never have, with money I could never imagine, looks that are far beyond mine, that could just go out there and recapture our destiny. I've already looked for you. And the first thing you have to deal with are the traitors in your midst. Those are the first thing you have to deal with, not those out there. You can't even get to the anti-whites. You don't have a unified country with a unified flag and a center of gravity around which everybody orbits and declares loyalty to when you are conquered and subjugated. I wish I didn't have to describe every single jot and tittle of how to fucking think today. But apparently that has to be done. Nobody's listening out there. But this is all that makes sense when you are subjugated and there are different ideas and different personas vying for leadership to be the optimal, that center of gravity around which you and the oppressed contend with the victimizer. You cannot allow traitors to occupy those places. None of them can defend. None of them can defend. And anything to shut them down and shut them out. You look at how Islam and plenty of other places handled this sort of behavior. You look at how they handled it. And that is the only way you can push back successfully. This is what you're going to see, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see, not only when it comes to, mark my words, there'll be more predictions here that you'll see come true. And then you'll see in a couple of years, there'll be doomed documenters out there who will be saying, "Can you believe it?" to massive audiences, as though this could never have been foreseen. And then they'll say that they said it, or that their friends said it, or that the content creators that they like to bring on as guests said it first, but we're the ones saying it first. AI will be used for healthcare in deciding who gets it. Equity in healthcare. It'll be used for education, used for hiring across the country. It'll be used and implemented by anti-whites in every aspect of our lives. Purchasing insurance, purchasing life insurance, on and on, because it is a tool that will serve anti-whites. How do I know? Because I know what anti-whites are. I know what motivates them. I know what their ideology is. And I know what they're willing to do to achieve their objectives. I don't need to study the Trilateral Commission. I don't need to study some conspiracy theory or conspiracy fact. I don't need to be naming and doom dissecting all of the different groups here or groups there, whether they're ethnic or multiracial or whatever it is. I don't need to do that, because I know the mind and heart and soul of our victimizer. And I know the disease that travels, a thought disease that travels from one to the other, as communicable as the common cold, that motivates them. When you know that, and you have in our laboratory of Western kind, with the mind of the Westman, created the cure and apply that cure and find it demonstrably successful, you then can make all these predictions yourself. You don't have to occupy my glorious frame. You'll be able to use the lens of Go Free and do it yourself. Let's move on to our next item, and I'll see what you all are saying. Entropy is up and running. D Live is up and running. Hello to everybody over there on D Live. Hello to everybody who shows up on Odyssey. Hello to everybody on YouTube. I see Rory is in the live chat. Let me go ahead and grab our next item for today. Let's move into the poll. Let's go ahead and jump into the poll, because that has opportunities and challenges, and it proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that once again we are right. If you don't like it, and we're going to keep saying it, because by way of silencing us, by way of preventing others from hearing about us, by way of ignoring the successes that we have, you are committing an egregious sin and crime against the effort to push back against anti-whiteism. And for that, there is no forgiveness. Let's take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Poll: Trump voters say, and I'll first read this as they write it, racism against white Americans is a bigger problem than racism against black Americans. Notice here, as many of you noticed before, and this is what we do, another way that we are different here, we are the special forces of white well-being. We are the elite. We are the elect of white well-being. We are the AP class. We are the people who are doing something different. If you want to succeed in service to white well-being, you want to punch back against what's being done to us, this is the place to be. And you follow these fucking rules. I'm not that fat female teacher that coddled you in school. All right. What we need in the world is in general, women and their genetic gifts that men don't have primarily focus on doing something that men can't do, which is to carry a baby in the womb. And well, I know today they're messing with those terms, but you know what I mean. Biological females carry a baby in the womb and deliver that baby. And then females are highly emotive. They can think logically, but compared to men, very little. I mean, it's in my opinion, very little. Of course, there are differences among the female population. Everybody is not uniform, but generally speaking, in my opinion, females do far more emoting. Now, why is that? Don't confuse emoting. Don't confuse emotions with thinking. We need to put an end to that. We absolutely need to put an end to it. We should force each other, and we should force especially the women in our world, and it should be women forcing other women as well, to say, stop telling us what you feel and give us a rational basis for the position you hold. Because if a woman can't do it, they need to be told to shut up. Only reason and logic for what we do in the world. No more what you feel, bitch. And even if you are a girl with a penis between your legs, all right? So the girls of both sexes don't want to hear about the emotions. We don't want to hear about it. The reason that the emotions are, in my opinion, are so much more in the front for a female, are so dominant in a female, is because they have to understand, they have to be able to communicate with beings that are not rational and logical and don't know language. Babies. So we're talking infancy up through, who knows? I haven't studied it yet. 7 years old, 6 years old, 10 years, I don't know, 9 years old. Maybe it's different for little boys and little girls. And then after that threshold is passed, the mother's influence needs to wane. Female influence needs to wane, and male influence needs to grow. Male influence until female influence is minuscule. Male influence needs to wax, while female influence needs to wane. A wax on, a wax off, a painted defense. All right? That was like a little bit of a cross between Korean and Italian. That is what needs to happen. No more of this endless emoting nonsense. Men need to come in here and they need to say, enough is enough. I feel like, I don't give a what you feel. Zero. Trump voters say anti-whiteism. So we translate when we address this. All right, we translate what the anti-whites do because it trains our thinking to be in our own story. This is one of the ways we teach you exercise that we teach you in Go Free. To train yourself, to train your thinking so that you can be out of their story. Don't anybody ever tell me that you're done now. You've gone free. There is no gone free. There is no gone free. Did you gone free of how to drive a car? Have you gone free of how to ride a bicycle? If you can't gone free of that, then you don't go free of the mean pathogens inside of you. Notice, of course, I was pointing out, they write white with a small w, lowercase w, and black with an uppercase. What are anti-whites doing there? They are saying the white race is not a people. It doesn't exist. If your people doesn't exist, then you don't have anything to defend. This is psychological warfare. We have to push back on that. Trump voters say anti-whiteism, we do not say racism, is a bigger problem than anti-black discrimination. Can be a way that you can rephrase what they have written there. We want, and this was one of my predictions, as you know, for great many years, I told people, and they told me, so many of them, so many of these people, they said, no, Jason, it's not going to happen. It's not going to, that'll never happen. I said, they will use not only anti-white, the anti-whites will. They will not only use anti-white, but then to show you, to demonstrate to you that I can put them in our story, that I can put them in our story, they will begin saying things like anti-black, anti-Hispanic, anti-Jew in places of the terms that they were taught. And by God, it happened. It continues to happen. We want that to happen. We need to burn that ring. We need to put it back in the lava of Mordor and make sure that it's never used again. The polling follows the dismissal of a lawsuit put forth by the survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre, which many saw as a blueprint for reparations. So what is this? What is this massacre? Another part of the anti-white narrative. Who just said, somebody else just said, oh, it was Scott Adams. Another one was no friend of ours, as I pointed out to you. Remember, we were right here. Everybody else had it wrong. Once again, the Jason guy. I mean, could you imagine being angry with somebody that's right all the time and they tell you? That's like looking for investment advice. And you go to the firm and they're like, look, we're right again. Here's where we said X would profit, and then here's where it profited. And this is what everybody else said, and all their clients went broke. And then here, and they do it again and again, and you're like, damn, no, I don't want to be rich. I'm not going to listen to a thing they say. I mean, could you imagine? Could you imagine? It demonstrates that there's something hidden in them. There's some other motive. No person in good faith is going to show up and say, oh, I got a big problem with y'all always being right for white well-being. I got a big problem with that. What they're saying to you is that they can't gamble for shit. They can't, I mean, forget the gambler song. They can't gamble at all. They're just like, let me just turn the cards around and show you that I want your method to be subservient or beneath or whatever to something out there, probably something LARPing. I mean, could you imagine? Just think about it in investment terms. How about in sports terms? Your favorite sports team. Somebody keeps saying, these are the plays we should run. And look, it always scores. It always does well. And then when I said this, you do this, and it always goes bad. It always goes bad. And you would be saying, listen to this guy. We want to go to the championship and win. What kind of person? It would be a subversive, wouldn't it? A subversive fan that would show up and say, no, he's always right. Let's ignore him. It puts me off that he's always right. Well, you just revealed who and what you are, motherfucker. That's what you just did. As public school support for reparations for African Americans, for Black people, remains stubbornly low, reparations for Black people remain stubbornly low. A new Yahoo News YouGov poll reveals one major roadblock. Donald Trump voters believe that anti-whiteism, I'm translating it, has become a bigger problem than anti-black discrimination. Before I reveal, I wonder if anybody out there in the live chat wants to jump in with what the wormwood is here. That proves how right we are. That proves once again how right we are. You know, a lot of people in the white sympathetic sphere who have invested their lives into other vehicles, other ideas, other, worshiping at the pedestal of anti-whiteism with whatever new word, phrase, concept they want to bring out. They are worse than mothers and fathers, particularly mothers, who have instigated and caused and enabled irrevocable harm to their children because the children think that they are a different person than the body they're in. Because these folks in the white sympathetic sphere will stick with their loser ideas that harm the participants, that harm the pushback against anti-whiteism, that harm white people increasingly. We've demonstrated here, we said beforehand plenty of times, like in the case in Florida, we said beforehand plenty of times, they will stick with it more fervently than the parents who do this to their children, who stick with the decisions they've made to maim and harm their children out of self-preservation and their own sanity. They will destroy everything they touch to stick with it, even when they see how wrong it went. You notice these folks that you see who were transitioning and now they want to transition back. You notice how rarely their parents are with them? Isn't that kind of odd? Like mom and dad were there, or just mom, because mothers are so great. You don't need a dad in the world. You just buy into the anti-whiteism. Isn't that right, women out there? Isn't that right? Don't need a dad. You just need a mom. And then all of these brats turn out into the world who think that they're just owed everything in the world. They don't want to do anything. They just losers. Why is it the parents are right there? Mommy is right there. Oh, little Joey is now Julia. And I'm just so happy about it. Why is it when Julia or Joey wants to become Joey again and not Julia, why isn't it mom isn't sitting there? Because the only way mom can maintain her sanity for mutilating her child is to live the rest of her life as though that decision was the right one. So do we see yet? The survey of 1,638 U.S. adults, which was conducted from July 13 through 17, shows that among 2020 Trump voters, 62% say that anti-black discrimination is a problem today, while 73% say anti-whiteism is a problem. Does anybody see the problem with this? It's good. It's definitely a great point that there are that many Trump voters who believe that anti-whiteism is a problem. Wouldn't it be amazing if we were able to communicate to them the concept anti-whiteism? Wouldn't it be amazing if we were able to get them to stop using the concept that has destroyed them and Western civilization and will continue to destroy it, the concept racism? Wouldn't that be amazing? What do you think of the people standing in the way of that now? What do you think of the people who stand in the way of letting everyone know that we, Team White Wellbeing, that we are the source, that we are the progenitors, that we are the genesis of this? What do you think about them now? How much good would we be able to do if we could communicate to these people? 73% of them believing that anti-whiteism in America is a big problem. Could you imagine if that many Americans we're saying anti-whiteism and anti-white? Could you just fathom that? Try to fathom that for a moment, the power of that. Try to think about that for a moment. How radically that would alter the political stage. If 73% of Trump voters were saying anti-whiteism, Trump would be saying anti-whiteism. All the Republicans who wanted to be in office and had to rely in any way, shape, or form on Trump voters would have to say anti-whiteism. And again, if you don't understand why the concept anti-whiteism does and works the way it does, and you've looked through the material and you have listened to me, or you haven't looked through the material because you're too lazy or you're too much of a midwit or midgetwit or whatever it is, then just understand that you specialize in something and the people in Team White Wellbeing specialize in something. This is what we specialize in. And we're telling you, this is the concept you have to use to undermine the concept that defeated Western civilization. That's it. You don't have to know more. You don't have to know any more than that. Imagine the power of that many people saying anti-whiteism. What else might happen if that many people were saying anti-whiteism around the world? Well, conservative-minded, or people who consider themselves right of center in the anti-white created spectrum of socio-political ideas in every single Western country, all of whom are always looking at the United States for what's happening there. They know as much about American politics or more than they know about their own country. They too would begin saying anti-whiteism. That would be a deathing blow to the anti-whites. You know, getting up on a stage in front of 140 people and declaring holy war and saying that you're going to kill them, that you're going to kill a group, a racial, ethnic group of people, that you're going to kill them all in a holy war, isn't going to do shit except get yourself and your followers under investigation, fired, run out of your families, ostracized, broken marriages, divorces, children that abandon them, CPS that come in and take the children away. This is the death blow to anti-whites and anti-whiteism. Imagine that globally. Suddenly you would have politicians. Trump would be saying it. Suddenly you would have Orban and just go down the list of all the other ones that could end up saying anti-whiteism because Trump would be saying it, because 73% of his voters are saying it. We are pushing our asses off here. All volunteer heroes, non-Perel. And we're being stymied. Get involved. You have to help us make it happen. Become a champion in service to white well-being. And abandon 86, all this other garbage that's out there that's seen as advocacy in some way, that's seen as somehow going to help us end our victimization, because it doesn't. Where's the wormwood here? That also proves the negative, that also proves how right we are. Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying. There's the great Yiz. There's the great ForNull. Jay Pusk is here. Northwest, hello sister, is here. JK160 is here. Elaine Sabatino is here. Ivan the Horrible is here. Winged Productions. Hyperborean Dream. Is it Sigma Wolf? Promethean Kitchen. Tina T, hello, sister. Great to see the champions. Tina says, love your passion while speaking the truth. I'm passionate. I'm passionate because it's born in love. Because nothing here, nothing for me is put on. People have watched, people who have been around me, they can tell that at my very core, this is about loving and therefore wanting to end the victimization of our people, which enables me to be righteously furious. And that's very different from this faux stuff that you see out there, that we've always seen out there. Two Trees is here. Great to see you. So thank you for that. Hail Europa is here. Owning Anti-White Goblin says, I actually had a conversation with an AI about this very topic. It was scary to say the least. Oh, yeah. You're going to get anti-whiteism out of it. Winged Productions says, Sir Kuna, you are an impassioned speaker. Don't lose that. But please be aware, some of us are at work with earphones. Sorry about that. Simon JJ is here. I know that feeling. I've had earbuds on, headphones on, at work, while working at home, while driving, when the speakers in the car don't work, and have had them absolutely blow me out. I yank them out as quick as I can, then I'm like, whew, put them back in. I know these are the wounds we take. It's like the shrapnel we take in the heat of battle. Always says no need to get angry. Really? Western civilization being destroyed, white children being taught to hate themselves, literally white flighting into drugs and dangerous scenarios where they die, where they get maimed, capitulation to violent people around them who are anti-white non-white people or anti-white white people, even capitulating to them and allowing themselves to be victimized by them, throwing themselves on their back or on their face, prone, so to give sex because they feel so guilty for being white. No need to get angry. Ha. What else do we have here? Samuski is here sharing diamonds. Great to see you. Always saying want a Jason response, but I didn't see what your question was. It has rolled off. Financially gift with it, and then I'll see it. Invisible Dissident is here. Oh, it looks like maybe you were asking, would I ever get back on a show with Mark Collett? I guess that's what you're asking, or do a show, or what have you. First of all, he's not going to have me because he's gone radically the other direction of white negativity. So he would have to come radically in the direction of white positivity. He would have to disavow all the people he disavowed me for. Winged Productions got that one. Thank you very much. Elaine Sabatino is back. She says, all of A's, you're misunderstanding. This is where we get Sunday gatherings. Is where we get fired up. Have you heard of Baptist churches? I mean, this is where we get fired up, where we get excited, and where we take this energy into the week, and we deliver that energy various ways. It might be impassioned. It might be throttled back several notches, maybe many notches. This is what we do here. Fit and Healthy at any age is with us. Promethean Cation, did you hear that there was another divorce in the white sympathetic sphere between Ethan Ralph and Nick Fuentes? Apparently, it happened in Vegas. Yes, I did hear that, and thank you. There's the great Franklin. Unstoppable. Can I play White Step by ForNull, says JK160. I don't have it up, but maybe I can. I think we played that week before last, didn't we? Elaine says, I agree, Jason. No white guilt. Women's rights is one of the main reasons our people are in the anti-white mess we are in. Well, what the definition there, women's rights, is a little turbid, is a little blurry. But women are not given a choice to do the right thing in the anti-white West. They're just never given the choice. They're never given the information. It's like all the information about, for example, immigration is focused on the non-white babies and how they might hurt, how they might suffer. No information is given about the white babies, how they might hurt, how they might suffer. I think a lot more white women would make a decision to protect their babies and their families if they weren't incessantly inundated with the concern for other people's babies. Because then what you have is a situation where you have the parents of those babies are caring for their babies, and then the white parents are caring for their babies, and no one's caring for the white babies, and that's why they're taught to hate themselves. All right, scrolling through. I don't see that anybody has figured out, unless I missed it, unless you didn't tag me. Yeah, White Step is an awesome song by the great ForNull. Unstoppable human mountain omnipath of a man. And we are lucky, very lucky to have him in white positivity in service to white well-being. Bones saying, hi, Jason and everybody. This is exactly what I needed to hear today. Raymond Foster, great to see you, brother. Haven't seen you in a while. This is why I hate, says Promethean Kitchen, Fuentes, because he steers a lot of our people down the wrong path. He has fallen into the trap that anti-whites set for resistance to anti-whiteism. And you can see how fierce people will they fall into that trap, how fanatical and blinded they become. It is, of course, the United States would have and would then communicate to the rest of the Western world the ultimate trap. I mean, this is a country that was able to have a spacecraft, the SR-71, in the 1950s. A spacecraft. Of course, they would have the ultimate trap. And of course, there would be an anomaly. And here we are. Alex is with us. Great to see. Cool. Papa J Magic is here. Mestizo Carver's with us. Get angrier, he says. Innocent people must be protected. Damn right. St. Thomas is with us. God bless. No white guilt. He says, and he adds, remember to pray the rosary. In Louisiana, we had a famous villain LARPer named David Duke win a statewide election in the 1980s. If villain LARPers were correct, they would have won by now. Well, precisely, writes owning anti-white goblins. Precisely. And you want to look at that environment, and you want to look at the actual campaign that he won and ran, and you want to look at what he was actually communicating. Look at the demographics at that time, and you can see, and then look at subsequent attempts that he made to win, and you can see the wretched consequences as people knew more about him, knew more about what he was about. We're no longer seeing him as like the hometown boy that was pushing back against outsiders. And you'll see exactly how that sort of approach is going nowhere. And absolutely the point you're making right there, it should have been right on up the ladder, but it wasn't. Right on up the ladder. Crystal Quasar is here. Great to see you. Texas here. That's why she says, Elaine, just adding some clarification. That's why she put rights in quotes. Yep. Says grandmother and aunts, great aunts attended college before women got the right to vote. Our women have always been well respected in the West. Precisely. One of the things I loved to do when I was in junior high school and in high school was that I didn't do it at university because I thought that if I get just absolutely immaculate grades, that it would make a difference in getting hired, because that's what everybody said. It doesn't mean shit if you're a white male. Not shit. They don't give a shit. It doesn't matter how well you do. So forget about it. But in junior high school and high school, I used to love to point out, because it was dozens of times that they would say, this is the first black person. This is the first white person. And or first white woman. And I would point out that, no, hold on. You all taught us already that there was somebody earlier that was the first. We keep celebrating the first at this just to keep putting the white race down. Because the whole point of this is the first is to say the white race kept them from it. So there were two things that I did in those scenarios. Either I would point out that they had already taught us that some other woman or some other non-white was the first. And why are you celebrating anew the first that wasn't before them? And if they didn't teach that some other woman or non-white was the first of their kind, then if I knew that there was already that out there, I would point out, no, there was somebody already earlier. There was somebody already earlier here. There was somebody already earlier there. And then I would love to point out all the time and make the teachers just go crazy. These anti-white bitches, make them go absolutely crazy. I would point out how the women or the non-whites were given these things. I would demand to know, how did they become the first at this without being allowed to do it? Can you just go to, say, like Arabia and just go in and say, oh, okay, I'm going to be the first woman premier, the first woman. Could you do that? Would the Arabs have to allow it? Oh, they would have to allow it. So you mean white men enabled this to happen? So I want some gratitude. I want some thanks from non-white people and women out there for white men allowing them to go to university, to live in our town, whatever it might be, to use the water fountains we made, whatever it might be, because we had to allow it. And until you're going to show me a scenario where the women, I don't know, maybe the women went out and they started their own military and they built tanks and they built jets and they came in and they said, we are going to be professors now. And if you don't allow it, we're just murdering everybody. We're going to conquer you in warfare. Oh, that didn't happen, teach? Okay, then I want celebration for the white men that allowed that to happen. I want gratitude. You can get down on your knees now. Promethean Kitchen said, I heard about it on Adam Green's show, and apparently it just happened a couple of days ago. Oh, the falling out. Did Fuentes censor him off the platform like he has done others who speak ill of him? Stephanie is with us. Hello, sister, and welcome. Linda is here. Hello, sister, and welcome. Stephanie says, my school celebrated that the student body was 70% women. I asked, when do we stop celebrating? 80, 90, 100%? Fantastic question. So you need to point out, is the goal then that there are no white males here? Because it's a target on white males. Non-white males only ever suffer as collateral damage. But in every single case where you see a non-white male that might suffer as a consequence, you'll find some sort of allocation. You'll find some sort of way out for them because they're persecuted too. There's only one group. And if you're a white woman, it's your brothers, it's your sons, It's your grandsons. It's your grandfathers. It's your great-grandfathers. It's your uncles. Don't you care about them? So speak up and say, is this the goal then, to just exclude all white males from this university? Is that the goal? Because they'll say, very, very well and good, they'll say, well, I don't know, 100%, but I could see anti-whites saying, well, 90% female would be such a change, such a revolutionary movement. And okay, so would any white males be allowed to participate then in the male population that's permitted? So isn't this really just about anti-whiteism? It's not pro-female. It's just anti-white male. It's anti-whiteism. All right, let's continue. I'm going to get back to this. I'm going to turn back to this as we hit bottom of the hour, bottom of the 6 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Says here again, I'm going to point out, here's the optimistic thing. Here's the opportunity. It's a glorious opportunity. It's a big opportunity. People tell me it's the best opportunity. 73% of Trump voters say that anti-whiteism is a big problem. They also say, we jump down a paragraph, that 37% of those voters say that anti-whiteism is a big problem. That is a massive opportunity. That is our target audience. People ask all the time, who's our target audience? Who do we have to get to? These people. 73% of Trump voters, they're the ones to get to. Those are millions of people of all races, predominantly white, but of all races, who can and should be using and are going to be amenable to using anti-whiteism. You're not going to be able to go into these folks and immediately start talking about the rights of white people or something like that. But they are ready, as I've been saying for so many years, to learn anti-whiteism. They're never going to learn how to walk like a stiff-legged goose. Never. Never. They will put you in prison forever and ever, long before that could ever even be dreamed of in the most fevered dream, malaria-driven dream. 73% of these folks are ready to hear and use anti-whiteism. That's the target audience. Those are the people we need to get to. Here's the negative part that also proves that we're right. 62% of those Trump voters believe that anti-black discrimination is a problem. 19% of them, of Trump voters, believe that anti-black discrimination in America is a big problem. 19% of them. Now remember, 37% of them think anti-whiteism is a big problem, but 19% of them believe that anti-black discrimination is a big problem. 62% believe that anti-black discrimination is a big problem. Now this, while I was talking with Rapunzel, I talk about passion, talk about being volatile. Talk about being volatile. For God's fucking sake, not a single one of those people have lived anti-black discrimination anywhere in the West. Not one. Not one. Proving that we are right. Where do those 62% of people experience anti-black discrimination? Fiction. They experience it in fiction. In their subconscious minds, as we teach here in Going Free, as I've been teaching for decades, over 2 decades I've been teaching this, does not know the difference between reality and fiction. And then when a pollster calls them on the phone and says, is anti-Black discrimination a problem? They say yes. The only place that they've seen it. I mean, can I get an amen? Can I get an amen in the house? Ain't nobody living anti-Black discrimination. Any Black, you go to the gym and they'll have 20, 30 televisions hanging from the ceiling on the walls. And they'll have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different channels playing. And every king TV is covered in Black people. More power to them. The angelized group in the West, more power to them to get the jobs and get the money where they can get it. There ain't no anti-Black discrimination, buddy. Any place out there that doesn't snap their goddamn back in half, yoga style, inverted rainbow, making sure that they discriminate against white people for the benefit of non-white people, and there is no group that is more celebrated to be the recipient than Black people, no business going to commit anti-Black discrimination. No worker anywhere in the West. White people are scared to death of social lynching because we are lynched. All it takes is a single anti-white slur in our lives, a single anti-white slur. Bigot, racist, homophobe, anti-Semite, that can be all it takes. And we're ostracized from our family. We're ostracized from our friend groups. We lose our wives or husbands. CPS comes and takes the children. The boss calls us in for an anti-white tribunal. The social worker calls us in for the CPS hearing. The HR calls us in. The school president or dean or whatever it might be, guidance counselor, calls us in for an anti-white tribunal to establish whether or not we've been anti-white enough or not, and how much did we sin, how much of a heretic we were to anti-whiteism, and then we're fired, we're expelled, we're thrown out. Our characters are assassinated. There ain't no anti-Black anything. Bullshit. But 62% of Trump voters, what percentage of regular Republican voters, 80, would say anti-Black discrimination is a big problem? And then what percent of Democrat voters, 150, would say that anti-Black discrimination, where there isn't a fucking shred of it? Not a shred. I've been right for over 2 decades. And every one of you who has silenced me, who has pushed back against me, who never had reason and logic on your side, who never had, and you pinky in the air, scholarly academic peacock bitches who have slandered me behind my back to get in the way of this reality. Oh, no, Jason. There are no social sciences out there with anti-whites saying that the subconscious mind can't tell the difference. If they're not saying what you're saying, you can't say it. Getting in my way all along. And therefore getting in your way. Getting in the way of our people. Getting in the way of protecting white children from the abuse of anti-whiteism. The worst abuse the world has ever known. Where do these people come from? Where does their evidence of anti-Black discrimination come from? The movies, the television shows, the books they read. That's where it comes from. If there's a God in heaven, he will make sure that you, all you out there who have been getting in the way of this my whole life that I've been pushing it, I only get to live one life. And therefore, my dedication of my life to our people, that's it. That's it. And you're getting in the way. So, you to hell. There's a God in heaven. There'll be vengeance. %62 of people from pure fiction. So that's proof that we're right, but also a challenge. So we have to think, we have to strategize, we have to understand that when we go to our target audience to get them to use anti-whiteism, that the majority of the people that find anti-whiteism to be a problem also insanely believe that anti-black discrimination is also a problem. Be prepared for them to say so. Do not debate them on it. Let them come to white well-being. Get them to use anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, white erasure, Western kind. Get them to use these things. You do not have to change. And I will lose my fucking shit if I see people out there who are white positive, who are burning down Trump supporters because the Trump supporter thinks that there is anti-black discrimination in the world. I will lose my shit. We cannot have cranks and weirdos and freaks in our midst. Crazy people are not welcome in our midst. And I'm going to speak to that briefly again in our regular announcements later in the gathering. We can't have crazy people. You are going to encounter, and we have told you here, and we have demonstrated here, that the human animal can't tell the difference. And I was likening this to Rapunzel with, you laugh at the dog who looks at the TV screen and then runs up and tries to eat the Danish that the actor is holding, licks the TV screen. The dog that watches somebody throw a ball and then looks to the other side of the room to see where the ball went. You laugh at that. Human beings are no goddamn different. The only thing that human beings can do different than dogs and cats and other animals that think that what they're seeing on the TV or on the screen is real, the only thing that a human being can do it is they can also make the same error while reading. And then, worst of all, with the conscious mind, which is a bitch, a nothing compared to the subconscious mind, they can incorrectly tell themselves it's incorrect what they're about to tell themselves, that it's just fake, and believe that they've negated the influence. You can't negate the influence. You're just like a dog thrusting its face against the screen. That's all you're doing. When you let your little white babies get up on that TV screen, that's like grabbing them back the back of their head and smashing their faces against the monitor or against the screen. That's what you're doing. They don't know the difference. And it don't matter how many times you say it's not real. The part of their brain that lives their lives can't know any more so than the dog who licks the screen or chases the ball. And this poll, and all the polls like this over the years that I've thrust in people's faces to demonstrate the proof of my arguments, proves it. End of conversation. End of debate. You know how many times I've done this with academics in the white sympathetic sphere? And because I'm fit, because I was a star athlete, because I can fight, because I am rock solid in many ways that turned me away because of those things. You couldn't possibly, if you're not effete and frail and haven't spent tons of years learning what the anti-whites want you to know, then your opinion is irrelevant. If you haven't written citations properly, I aced academics at university. I could have stuck in university like so many of you, gone to law school, gone to med school like so many of you, could have studied philosophy. I know exactly how it works. You learn how to cite the way that you're supposed to cite. You cite everything. You cite widely because you have no thoughts. That's how academics work. You can only submit for the consideration of others. You cite others, and then you tell the professors exactly what they want to hear. That's how you get good grades. You say, Professor, may I polish your apples? May I sharpen your pencil? That's what you say, and that's how you get the good grades. And those are the people you all end up turning to if you are followers of academic peacocks. And they give you endless data. They give you endless nonsense, effete, vacuous nonsense that do nothing for us. And you think that you're going to be legitimized by their erudition. Oh, look at the way he has such a way of talking to the people in the room, and he can just let me cite more, and then this is what Chomsky said, and over here we will cite what this person said. Rejecting. Had academics try to say to me, oh no, I'm not like that, Jason. I really want to hear what you have to say. And then, do you all remember when that French academic pushed that totally asinine concept, and the anti-whites picked it up and used it everywhere? Which of the several were? And I pushed against. I said, this is nonsense, and here's how it harms. And you know what that academic that said, no, Jason, I won't allow academic status or anything like that to get in the way of just evaluating your arguments. You know what that bitch said to me? You would think that he would know. He's been studying this for years. Total dismissal of reason, logic, and evidence. Supplication, submission to academic peacocks. Damn, I'm good. Was it Guion Fay? I think it was, Franklin. What was that? What was the concept he was pushing? Was it great replacement? Was that his? Or credited to him? A great replacement. Somebody made a meme, and I thought I saved it. I'm going to have to find it. Maybe I did. I think I shared it, where it says great replacement and shows a shitty refrigerator and then a great refrigerator. You have to contend with the subconscious mind in everything we do. In everything we do. And the subconscious mind hears great, and it hears replacement. It thinks great is something that's going to be good or great, because only in certain contexts does it mean number. And then replacement, which is part of that concept, always means something good. And you wonder why. You wonder why the white people, they sit around just scratching their noggins. Why didn't the white people resist? Why aren't they resisting something that lands on them in the part of their brain that they live their lives, and then they do nothing? God damn. Oh, Ivan the Horrible made that meme. Yes, good sir. Beautiful. Thank you. You're under a different name? It's probably what it is. Is that right? Janice is with us. Hello, sister. Great to see you. Cool Papa J Magic is asking a great question, a swash question. Where's the best site for making memes? Brother, folks should reply to him. He should get on the outreach team, get in the meme group of the group, the outreach team group. Bio Spirit of the West can help you out. Others can help you out. The Great Sloths is with us. Great Sloths is saying, quote, the Great Replacement means, quote, they took our jobs. It's economics in the subconscious, not human suffering. My God in heaven, we are the only people who have it right. And then you have all of these others not giving us credit. The doors should come down. May God witness to these content creators in the white sympathetic sphere. May God grab them by their health until they get it right. Strike them down if need be until they get it right. We need platform. We need recognition. We need more champions coming in to learn to be knights of the round table. We need more exposure so we can find that new Lancelot out there, so we can find the new heroes that are going to join our ring of heroes. And that's the only way it's going to happen. So fantastic. That's there. And you know what to look for on this as we move on to the next item is that you will see white sympathetic content creators that go out into the world and will talk about data like this and will act like their pathetic LARPing or J-spurging or whatever it is on the verge of being adopted, as though it's happening in some sort of vacuum where their misguided and totally erroneous interpretation of the world rules and governs everything. All right, let's get on to another important item. But before we do that, we're going to take a look at your comments, your financial gifts, and then we will proceed. So let's look over on D Live. We don't have any financial gifts, but we have a new follower. Thank you so much for that. Is it Canyon Scout, I think is what it is. Thank you so much for the follow. And what do we have here on Odyssey? We have Who'da Thunk It over there, financially gifting 5 library tokens. Thank you so much. And Who'da Thunk It wrote, what people are not acceptable collateral damage for heresy, lynching, employment algorithms? White people, that's what he wrote. White people are not acceptable collateral damage for heresy, lynching, employment algorithms. Thank you, brother. Thank you for those 5 library tokens. All right, looks like that's it over there. And let's come around here to Entropy. And we have one financial gift over here. And we're going to get out, folks. The crowns. Drop them crowns. Drop the crowns. Throw the gems at his feet. J.M. Johnson has arrived. The great J.M. Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, over here on Entropy has come in. He needs some raucous emojis. He needs some dinosaurs in the live chat. He needs some celebration, maybe some trumpets, maybe some streamers, because he has financially gifted a 75 wonderful Protect the white baby dollars. 75 of them. God bless you, good sir. God bless you. 07, 007s, 95s if you've got them. 95s if you've got them. He says with $75 to Jason for never giving up, no matter how hard it was. I say thank you. Actually, man, I really appreciate that. That's really meaningful. Because I still live every one of those arguments, every one of those times I held meetings where no one showed up, or one person showed up, or two people showed up. Every time I wanted to speak somewhere to some group and people to share what we're doing, to share the successes. And there were people within the group that wanted me there, but then others came in and censored and prevented us from coming in there. You know, it was almost like they saw me making love, and their jealousy was just like, oh my God, you can't let him show up. Have you seen that guy in bed? I still have all of these moments in my mind. So that's actually very meaningful. I really appreciate it. Because those were times that it felt thankless. It felt like nothing but opposition. It felt like nothing. Now, especially looking back, nothing but people glad handing me and being a friend to my face, and a piece of garbage stabbing me in the back everywhere you turned. So J.M. Johnson, thank you very much. That's very meaningful to me. And thank you for that testimonial, brother. $95. We're going to swivel around here. We'll swivel this way, and we'll see if Cash App has any financial gifts. And God bless everybody who is celebrating over there. I see crowns. I see gems. I see, what are those, whales? I hope they're not on cocaine like the ones in Florida. And we have here over on Cash App, as we load up to celebrate, we begin with Yiz the Unifier. Big thank you to Yiz, one of our most amazing champions, a wonderful human being, constantly at work in service to white well-being in various circles where people want to just push back as well. $5 financial gift. And she says here, weekly folk tithe, KIP. Keep it Promethean, keep it positive, keep it pristine. God bless you, sister. Thank you so very much. And remember, 6 p.m. on Mondays, she goes live on her channel, and we'll share that in the live chat. Make sure you're there to participate. It's a variety show, and we don't really have very many other shows. Every now and again, ForNull, the great ForNull, will do a show as well. Sometimes that's at 8 p.m. on Mondays. And you can find him at Fornelius Newland on YouTube, and we might share that as well in the live chat. Thank you very much. Kingdom of Vinland is here. Matt Mittens is here. Thank you all. Whales on coke. What? I need an explanation. I never heard of that. Well, it's not whales. It's sharks. It's not whales. Supposedly, sharks have been eating cocaine out of the Floridian waters that's dumped overboard when smugglers are chased. I tell you what, if I were in charge, and this is kind of a Jason goes political thing, and that show will come back. If I were in charge, there wouldn't be the opportunity to throw drugs overboard. And the reason for that is that we would vaporize the ship. So everything and everybody gone. Smuggling drugs into the country, everything, everybody gone. Submarine vaporized. Ship vaporized. It'll be a quick lesson learned. The drugs will stop coming in. And then we'll take videos, and during television over the course of the day, we will just interrupt, and we will say, it'll say, brought to you by the the king, god, and president of Western kind. And it'll show a big American flag, and then it will show the video footage of the big drug smuggling, child smuggling, pedo ring ship vaporized on the surface of the water. Nothing left. And we're going to celebrate that and celebrate Dr. I, who you know very well is a Herculean champion, a magnificent, spectacular, admirable human being of an eye doctor is with us, financially gifting today a testimonial of 50 shut down the anti-white dollars, 50 of them, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure he knows it's happening. 07s, 95s in the live. That's the easiest thing for you to write. If you can't get to anything else, you are otherwise a wallflower. 95 in the live chat. 5 key concepts, the 9 words, ladies and gentlemen. Totally moral, totally in the right. Make sure you share it and be in the fight. $50. God bless you, brother. And he says, oh my goodness, even better, we're going to honor Dr. I, because these $50, he says, to honor Franklin and all of the champs of no white guilt. Oh my God, we got to hear it. That's a Slotzian thing to do, my friend. A Slotzian thing to do. Celebrate! Fantastic, sir. Thank you so very much. We give credit where credit is due, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we're going to do this. That's how we're going to take it back. That's how we are going to recapture our destiny. We have the tools. We are all leaders and knights in this contest with anti-whiteism. Nobody is an observer. Nobody is left behind. Everybody wields the pen in our story. And we get to another one. Seamus is here, ladies and gentlemen. He's financially gifting $10 over here in service to White Wellbeing on Cash App. God bless you, good brother. This guy is totally and he does it right. He throttles forward and he's just like bam, 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 and he's hitting on Twitter. He's making it happen. He's rocking the world. And then you see he needs some time to do some other things. He throttles it back a little. He doesn't stop. And then throttles up again. As somebody absolutely to watch as an exemplar of service to white well-being. And he writes here, for white well-being, to be redeemed in the defense of Western kind is a win, baby. Amen, it is, brother. Thank you so very much. The one and only Seamus. Oh, my God, ladies and gentlemen. He's done it again. He was here. He did it. When we came together on the roll-in just 2 days ago. He's doing it again. Not enough can ever be said. Does anybody want to try to get? I mean, I guess it's kind of obvious when I talk this day. When there's like a preamble, and you see clouds descend from the sky behind me. They pour down. You know that a God is getting ready to walk behind us, and it is that man, that one and only, No White Guilt Clips, has entered from the heavens. God bless you, sir, and champion and hero. A financial gift. He can't stop being the champion. Imagine this man by himself. So many of our champions, so many of our knights of the round table, so many, maybe we coined something new tonight. So many of our knights of the white table are in and of themselves gods among men. In our day, gods among men in this story that we live and we fight, and this man shows up again and again and again, showing the world how it's done 100 100. He wants to protect white children from anti-whiteism and therefore all children dollars. No white guilt clips. A testimonial to the world that he wants it known to the world. Give this man crowns. Give him crowns on crowns on crowns. God bless you. No white guilt clips. 100 white well-being dollars. And here he is. Here he is. We were just talking. Maybe we coined a new word too for a Slotzian. When you're honoring another in service to white well-being, when you're honoring another because you want to show your celebration for them. And you could do so in the live chat. You could tag me, No White Guilt, with something to say about somebody. Slotzian, he was doing it way back in the day. He's financially gifting 10 white well-being dollars today. And he writes with those white well-being dollars, you are on fire today. God bless you, man. Thank you so much. I'm on fire. I am absolutely filled with the spirit of the West. I can hear his voice speaking through me. I can feel his power coming through me. That spirit of the West is real inside of each and every one of us, ladies and gentlemen, and we need only tap into it. We need only clear the muck and the mire of mean pathogens out of our way, and we can be infinitely better than we ever imagined. We are the only real self-help that's out there. You see everything else in the world that's and then you have these people. By the way, all these white sympathetic content creators and authors and academics and organization leaders that ridiculed me and ridiculed us. And they're like, oh, it's some kind of self-help. We don't want any of that, especially these pinky in the air academics with their great fans of their peacock tails to show off. No substance, though, no substance. They're great fans and they're like, oh, it's self-help. Of course it's self-help, because when white people are poisoned with anti-white ideas, we are undermined. Our physical, our mental, our spiritual potentials are undermined, just as black kids would be if they were told from dawn till dusk, from cradle to grave, everything about blacks is evil and theft and etc. and uncool and unhip and backward and craven. Of course, they wouldn't reach their potentials. Little Jewish children, same thing. Little Hispanic children, same thing. Little Indian children, same thing. Of course, anything that is going to free white people is going to be self-help. And that's exactly what we need. It is the ultimate self-help. It is the real self-help. And now what's happening? All these years making fun of me. Self-help. That's what Jason is, just self-help. It's just a self-help thing that he's doing. That's all it is. We shouldn't listen to it because we're here LARPing about politics. We're here LARPing about academic ideas. We're here LARPing about elites of some future time, and you're going to be in the elite after the fall. Are you kidding me, children? Are you kidding me? After the fall, you're dead. You're dead. You're not building shit back. If there's a fall, like you all imagine there to be one, you're dead. You starve to death. You're hunted down. You're in the gallows. You're dead. Grow up. Grow up. You're dead. All these people. Now, what are these content creators saying? I think maybe, what is it? Oh, what is that? These content creators, academics in the white sympathetic sphere, now they're saying that they need to get into self-help. Since all of these self-help, like men's rights guys, get massive audiences, now they need to get into self-help and do it right, because now they're going to pair it with a LARPing. We're going to march in the streets. We're going to carry ugly flags, and we're going to just march over everybody. Really? Well, you all to hell. You mock and ridicule me and drown me out by saying it's just self-help. And then years later, you're now like, you need to get into self-help. You little bitches. Every one of you. Now you need to get into self-help. Except the problem is that the self-help environment, as I have always said, as I have always waged war on, is nothing but a taking of Aesop's fables and truisms, platitudinarians these people are, Platitudinarians. I love it when the academics don't know the words I use and they have to go look it up, because I know it makes them hurt, not only in their little pee-pees, but also in their little brainies. These people, they just take truisms and then they go and they recast them, they restate them as their own thoughts. Like Andrew Tate. Anti-white as the day is long. We saw this video compilation come out of him talking about how all women don't want white males. They only want non-white men because of the melanin. They want the melanin. And that white males are pathetic. What a fucking piece of shit. And he took all these white females, didn't he? All these white females he tricked with this men's rights and men's way, where they teach them how to spot women that are harmed by something in their lives, traumatized, and to go take advantage of them. And how to take advantage. And then what he did specifically, where he got his money, all his big money, was he went out and he tricked white women into having sex with him. And of course, these white women are out there just looking, after all anti-whiteism, just looking for mixed guys, non-white guys, etc. Has sex with them. And then he said, we're going to get rich together. You're going to do webcam. And one after the other, he did that. And now men all over the world signing their houses away to give more money to these webcam girls and these white girls. And then Andrew Tate is fleecing them, paying them like flat rates of like $15 or $20 an hour, while he rakes in hundreds of thousands from each one of them. And you had guys in the white sympathetic sphere celebrating him, wanting to say some positive things about him and the work they do, wanting to talk now about self-help. No. Self-help is a scam. It's a $1 billion plus scam that's been around for a long time. Every book is the same. Why is it that it persists? Because it doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help them get anywhere. And why does it not, specifically white people, why does it not help us get anywhere? Because you are never addressing the root of what undermines our lives. All of the you can do it, all of the keep a list, doesn't accomplish shit if you fundamentally are being governed in your subconscious mind by the ideas that you are pathetic. You can't jump, you can't dance, you can't have sex, you're not smart. Everything that your people have ever had is stolen from everybody else. You can't accomplish anything if that's in your mind. And everybody out there, that handful that does, is called chance. Everybody out there that jumps into a self-help thing is both chance and where they have been caught. The self-help gurus themselves, for example, like real estate self-help gurus, going out and buying the properties for an exorbitant rate of students of theirs so that they can later film their student, get the testimonial from their student about how great the program works. And the guru mops in millions more. In fact, what was that guy's? The ultimate guru is out of jail again. And he's out guruing again. And white people will follow. What was his name? Was it Kevin Trudeau? Or maybe the first name is different. Don't buy anything from these people. They're shysters. God bless you, good brother. We have, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, maybe because she wasn't here last week, we have the one and only, dependable as the seasons, I love Jesus Christ. And she financially gets today 20 white well-being dollars. That's the mark you hit for the celebration. Let's get her some rockers emojis. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate her in the live chat. Get out some 07s for I love Jesus Christ. Celebrate her. Celebrate, please. $20 financial gift from I love Jesus Christ. A wonderful lady. God bless you, sister. Thank you for being here. Thank you. for being an advocate for white well-being and doing what has to be done. We have somebody who I think is maybe a first-time financial gifter. Guiltless, over here on Cash App. A monitor to my right, your left. I'm surrounded by monitors in case you didn't know. And I have artificial intelligence helping me as well. He put that door right there that is really a wormhole to the great ForNull's castle and the great Yiz the Unifier's castle. What's his name? Maximilian von Fock. Celebrate. Guiltless over here. 5 white well-being dollars. Financial gift. God bless you. Thank you so much. Guiltless says with those $5, wish it could be more. Always watching, brother. Well, God bless you. Thank you so much, Guiltless. Are you a brother as well? God bless you, brother. Coming out of the woodwork. We're ready to make it happen. The world is changing. The Knights of the White Table. That is so cool. Just epic. And we had like today with this white man summer, I decided to put up on that. That's not like some kind of digital art where they took some knockout and they put my book cover on the book she was holding. That's a real picture. It's white man summer. Baby, you let all those others out there have the little comic books, and the little all of this sort of thing, and they do want to just snark and then in flippancy, and that's all they want to do. And they're gonna have a boy summer, a white boy summer. They can have a white boy. White boy is a meme pathogen, unless you are specifically identifying a white boy. White boy is a meme pathogen. Anti-whites use that as a slur because it is a slur. And what is it talking about? When you call a white male or a white man of the West, what are they talking about? They are saying you are ineffective, you are small-dicked, you are pathetic. That's what they're saying. You are untrained, you are cowardly, all these things that very young boys, of course, are going to be. Here we have white student transmission has entered the fray on Cash App as we get ready to pull up our next story, ladies and gentlemen, which of course is the school taking down the resolution. And I'm going to ask you all where they went wrong. And we're going to continue this epic going free gathering. And that's what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. This is a gathering. This is not a stream. This is not a show. This is a gathering of champions, a gathering of heroes. Your regular life can be banal. It can be prosaic. It can be insipid. It can be like everybody else's lives out there, right? It can be that way. You know what makes you different is you lead this hero's life, this parallel life. So when you go to work, that's just to pay the bills. When you have to mow the grass, when you have to get out the strimmer, when you got to fix the car, all of those things, just the normal things that folks are doing, you have a parallel life. You have an alternate identity as a hero and champion of the West. And it is pure, and it is noble, and it is of your own making, not a bitch of the anti-white narrative, not a controlled muppet of their narrative. In their psychological warfare, you are actually contending with and defeating the psychological warfare wielded by the United States of America. Who else does that on planet Earth? No one. No one. We are it. White student transmission in here with $5 financial gift. God bless you, brother. And he says, preaching today, brother. Hails. Fam. Big hails, a big Promethean hails to the family. Preaching today, brother. God bless you. Thank you. a white fist and a smiling emoji. That's what we are about, ladies and gentlemen. When the anti-whites want us to lower our fists, we show them a white fist. And we say, if you try to trespass against us, it'll be the last time you trespass. God bless you. Thank you for that, brother. And we have here 10 white well-being dollars brought to us by Cool Papa J Magic. Cool Papa J Magic. And says here, referral, no space for a comment. No space for a comment there. Not enough room for a comment. God bless you. It says for Cool Papa J Magic referral, no space for a comment. God bless you. God bless you, champion. And we're going to keep rolling. We're going to come back to these financial gifts, and I'm going to see what you all are saying as well, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, let your friends know. This gathering is underway. We are rocking it. We have energy because we have the spirit of the West inside of us, because we are the knights of the white table, because we are swashbucklers. And that means with verve, with daring, with panache, with flair, we spread the love, hope, and redemption of white positivity to take back our destiny, to push back against anti-whiteism for the good of everybody who lives in Western civilization. We are demonstrating and displaying who and what we truly are at all times to all people. And we allow folks of all backgrounds, we desire folks of all backgrounds to join us here and to stand shoulder to shoulder with us against that force that is destroying Western civilization so that we can save it for all. God bless everybody who is in participation. Let's have a look at Francis Howell School Board set to rescind, and of course they say anti-racism resolution. So that means anti-white resolution. Let's go ahead and have a look at what they're saying, and we'll see if they've done this the right way. St. Charles County, the new conservative majority on the Francis Howell School Board, is poised to cancel a resolution against, they say, racism, passed 3 years ago amid nationwide Black Lives Matter protests. Let me get a drink. Papa J Magic was not the donor. It was for the referral. What name for the donor? What name to celebrate, my friend? Kraken is with us. Hello and welcome, Kraken. What name shall we use for the financial gifter? So, there is a pushback against anti-whiteism. It is, as has always been the case in the West, disjointed and selfishly individualistic. The parents on the school board. Now, what is the difference between the people on the school board who passed this anti-white resolution and the people on the school board now? I'm not talking about the obvious, that those on the school board then were obviously radically anti-white, and these, a reaction, are not radically anti-white, although we don't know how anti-white they may be. How much do they villain signal? What's the difference? This is actually a beautiful way to demonstrate faux resistance or or crippled resistance, a resistance that has the seed of its own destruction inside of it. Can you see the seed of the destruction in the resistance? This has happened so many times across Western civilization. And I have tried so many ways to explain and get people to understand the difference. The seed of the destruction of the resistance. Now, conservatives who are good people, patriots, will look at this and they'll say, yeah, baby. Yeah, we're doing it. Right? And they'll actually be participating because these will be conservative, patriotic people who are on the board. Then you'll have these co-opters of victory, these mascots, these fans, just like sports fans, like those out there who will say, who create content, they have shows, they're sharing what's going on in the world, and Donald Trump will do something, and then they'll be celebrating, saying, we did it, and they didn't do anything. They're just fans. They'll be saying the same thing too when they see this. We did it. We're showing them. What's the seed of their destruction? The seed of their destruction, the difference. The school board that passed the anti-white resolution were unified in ideology. They were anti-whites. They are on the school board to push anti-whiteism. Often, anti-whites on school boards don't even have children in school. They are there for the ideology. They are united on the ideology's interpretation of the world, and the objective of the ideology, the victimization of Western kind, and the white erasure of all of our projections onto the world. That's why they are there. Who are these people that are there now? And why are they present? These are parents of kids, aunts or uncles of kids, grandparents of kids in the school system. And they are there appearing to be united opposition, that are actually selfish individuals who object to the victimization of just their child, their niece or nephew, their grandchild. That's the seed of their destruction. That's why this selfish, individualistic resistance to anti-whiteism always loses. That's why this selfish, individualistic amalgamations never have staying power. They never persist. They never seem to be sleepless, like the anti-whites are always perceived to be sleepless, to have staying power. You have here, if you squint your eyes, it looks like a united opposition to the anti-whites. But when you open your eyes and you see with the lens of Go Free, you see there is no unity here. And as soon as they can bail on this, as soon as they can ensure that their child or grandchild, niece or nephew makes it through there, they'll be gone. And therefore, their energy to participate will be gone. The energy for the ideology on the other side doesn't go anywhere. It's a much larger arc than the selfish, individualistic needs of a parent or grandparent or uncle or aunt. That's why this will lose. But we can go further. The new conservative majority on the Francis Howell School Board is poised to cancel a resolution against racism passed years ago. The resolution, which is displayed in school buildings, calls racism, quote, a crisis that negatively impacts our students, families, community, and staff. Close quote. You have to ask, as I did when I was 11, 12, and 13, who are these people who practice racism? In this story, who are these people? So we can now read the resolution as the anti-whites intended and as people receive it, irrespective of their ability with their conscious, pathetic minds to say that they don't know how to drive a car. They can go and grab that dictionary and say, oh, it says here that it can be anyone. And then gone. You still know how to drive that car. You still know who a racist is. So the proclamation actually reads that white people present a crisis to society. Imagine that in a school, any school, much less one that has white children in it. Now you want to know why I get passionate. Now you want to know why sometimes I get really fired up. Quote, we will promote racial healing. Begs the question, who caused the racial victimization? Every white child there knows who. Every white parent knows who. Every non-white child knows who. Every non-white parent knows who. Especially, it says, for our black and brown students. That's the redundancy of dumb people. They wanted to really make sure that white people know you're the villain, these are the victims. You feel white guilt, and they can feel aggrieved, and that they are due. And you have to render them because of how much you have victimized them. At its meeting Thursday, the board will vote on automatically rescinding Resolution 75 days after. A majority of current Board of Education members were not signatories to the resolution or did not otherwise vote to adopt the resolution. It's going to seem maybe a little hard to grasp. Who's being victimized when the resolution is taken down? What are they doing here? What error are these selfish, individualistic people who are pushing back against anti-whiteism? What error are they making? Why won't this last? Why will this only be a blip on the screen? They are victimizing non-white people again within the anti-white narrative. What they should have done, and how are they victimizing them? Because they are taking down a pledge to not victimize them, a promise, a recognition of their victimization. Do you see where this goes? A recognition. They are removing the recognition of their victimization and a pledge and promise that these people will not be victimized again. They are victimizing them as a consequence. And when they do it, they're going to want to turn away, not hear the arguments. That is their rebuttal. When anti-whites say in their own family, in their own conscience, at the next school board meeting that you are victimizing non-white people again, and here are the reasons that I just laid out to you, they don't have a rebuttal. They're not going to be able to say, and how long can white people ignore the primacy of the anti-white moral imperative, which is what they're doing here? Well, they can't ignore it very long. They never do, because it always falls eventually. As much as they try to say, no, God, I don't want to hear anymore, had enough of this. As much as they do that, they always fall to it, because they know they look immoral, since they don't have a morality, a moral imperative to push back with. There's no use reaching for Christianity or Catholicism or anywhere else, ethics, some philosopher. It's all already been defeated by anti-whiteism. You have to use the go free method. What should these people have done? What if the people who came to this school board were united in white positivity, in white well-being, and ideology, a school of thought, rather than selfish individualistic needs? What if they were there to contend with anti-whiteism that destroys the world, not just for their child, grandchild, niece, or nephew, but for all white children? What if they would not only take this down, but they would insert our moral imperative that this proclamation is anti-whiteism, is designed to vilify the white race in order to victimize Westmen. This and more verbiage. And then, in their own families, in their own circles, in their own peer groups, and at the future board meetings where people will be coming together to discuss whether or not this proclamation that all these schools should have been taken down, whether or not they should be put back up, and maybe statues added now to make sure it never happens again. These people would be armed, and they would be able, with a contending morality that would compel the anti-white to argue the victimization of white people, they would be able to push back, and by God, because of the work that we do here, in a lasting way, they would win. And that was the great ForNull Promethean Saga concept album, written, played, sung by the great ForNull, based on Prometheus Rising. I love it. You can find it over at Cornelius Newland on YouTube. And please make sure you support our artists if and when you can. Financially, purchase the works that they produce, and whether you can or can't, do that. Make sure you celebrate them, pat them on the back, and thank them for the hard work that they're doing. It's a glorious album. It's great music, and I listen to it all the time. ForNull's amazing. All of our artists are amazing, but I grabbed that one, and it is. It goes on for much longer, of course. So we had to get back to work here, though, on this glorious Sunday gathering. And we will see what you all are doing in just 1 minute, what you all are saying. And we'll get to some announcements. How does that sound? Final Blossom has a new article out on his blog. And that is Final Blossom at substack.com. And he's, of course, I want you to find him on YouTube. And he's Final Blossom on YouTube. And this one is called Western Civilization on Multiple Planets, I think it was called. Looks like a really interesting read. I just saw it come out today, if I'm right. And so check it out. That's Final Blossom, a true champion in service to white well-being, if there ever was one. And what else do we have here? The great cool Papa J Magic. I told you when to come back to him. And a little later, and he wrote this on a thread. Had to miss most of the stream today. Will listen back tomorrow. Things are changing in my world, and I could use some prayers, well wishes. Health problems, an injury that's not healing. We'll be changing career paths, possibly moving, etc. Not complaining. I have faith, but things are up in the air. Much love to all. Please, let's send some prayers and positive Promethean energy to cool Papa J Magic. And if you think that you have any tips to help him, advice, or positive words that might be able to help him, please do so. We love you, brother. And I'll be praying and sending some positive energy to heal and for that path for you and your family to become clear so that you can get on that path and head ever upward toward that western sunrise. That's cool, Papa J Magic. Let's get him some love, folks. I also want to mention that 2 days ago, we did a roll-in. At the very beginning of that roll-in, we played a beautiful piece by Lycomedies. I wanted to mention that at the beginning of the roll-in once I finally appeared. But we got rolling and I got sidetracked. In that piece by the great Lycomedies, also inspired by Prometheus Rising, is the his fourth version of Prometheus Breaks Free. Specifically, that piece dedicated to my book, Prometheus Rising, really our book, Prometheus Rising, a didactic book that teaches us about our strengths and weaknesses and how we can prevent ourselves from being had, how we can come together in a spiritual way, that strengthens maybe your religious persuasion, but also, even if you are an atheist or agnostic, that strengthens you in an ineffable way with regard to our people and destiny. So, Lycomedies, if you want to hear that beautiful piece, go to the previous video live stream on my YouTube channel. At the very beginning, we played Lycomedies' fourth version of Prometheus Breaks Free. A glorious piece. And thank you so much for that, Lycomedies. Now I want to get to a final announcement, and it is about participation. And what I would like to see, what we need to see. If you want to, and this is really for new folks, maybe there are some people who aren't quite, who have been around for a bit and aren't quite getting it. We do something very different here. Everywhere else in the white sympathetic sphere, you migrate from content creator to group to content creator to group, and you get to share, you get to recreate, because it's fun for you, your interpretation of what's going on in the world, your belief about who's behind it, your ideas about how to remedy it. You get to share your horror stories in this sick sort of game that people get into, where they try to outdo each other for a story, or the monstrosity of the machinations behind something that's anti-white. They get into like this, I know something worse than you know. My family has suffered in some way worse than yours has, or something like this. All of that is fun for folks. I get it. If you want to do that, if you want to continue doing that, but you want to also learn about Go Free, then do those things in those other circles. That doesn't continue here. We're not just another group of people like the other content creators and organizations that you cycle through. We have a formula. We have a method. We have a practice. You can imagine it, as I've said before, that I am a martial arts instructor and I'm teaching Kung Fu, a very specific type of Kung Fu. And this is my dojo. And I have my top students who are masters, and they can go somersaulting into a scene and just take on 20 anti-whites at once and win. We've proven that the Kung Fu that we use here works, wins. We go out into the world and we defeat anti-whites everywhere we go. We go into our own minds and we defeat the anti-whiteism there. So everywhere else you showed up was this hodgepodge, this motley mess of ideas, of different types of martial arts. I want to keep the metaphor going. There might be one dominant martial art that they push, like J-spurging, but it's otherwise just this giant mélange, this witch's cauldron. And you get to share all these different you get to teach your martial arts, your favorite martial art. And we know that this is a problem that folks, since everywhere they migrate, it's the same. We know it's a problem because I've seen it for decades. And then we see people show up here and they can, to continue the metaphor, say, why aren't you teaching Taekwondo? Why aren't you teaching Judo? Why won't you let me teach Judo here? Because we teach Kung Fu here. So when you come here, the recreating that you can have is the activity of applying the method as you learn the method, the Go Free method, and succeeding over yourself, over friends, over family, and that can come in various forms. Defeating an anti-white in argumentation at work, bringing an anti-white family member or vague family member over to white positivity who otherwise would have ignored you in the past. That's the fun that you have here. Not teaching your own martial art. This also holds true for crotchets, odd notions. If you come here and you have a crotchet, it's near and dear to you, whatever it might be. You believe that the world is on the back of a or the world is a tortoise shell. Okay, save that for your crotchet groups. Save those conversations for those environments. This is not the place you show up to argue that we live in one of those snow globes, or that that trees are really gods, or that trees can walk, or that any number of things. Keep your crotchet to yourself. If you really need to talk to somebody about it, have another group out somewhere else where you talk about that. Worse than crotchets is showing up in our circles and wanting to be white negative, wanting to talk about and this goes back to the first point I was making, your remedy to the problem, to anti-whiteism. Don't come into a white well-being circle and say, well, we just need to have civil war. Don't come in and say, just need an ethno-state. Just need to print our own money. Just need to stop it. That is the recreating Bravo Sierra that you see everywhere else. That does nothing. I don't want to see childish wishes that there is no conceivable way, totally ignoring whether ethical or moral or anything else, no conceivable way that it could be accomplished. Don't do it. This is not the place for it. We know how to make widgets here. And we're making widgets. We don't need you showing up and saying what needs to be done is we need to have magical powers so we can do this and have widgets. No, it requires a factory. It requires workers to stand at the machines and operate the machines. And we're doing that. Stop telling me or anyone else the childish wish of what needs to be done. And of course, no Fed posting. None of that is permitted. No white negativity, no Fed posting, no childish wishes, no crotchets, no weird, odd notions. And if you have an issue that you can't control yourself when it comes to these things, you may be asked to succeed somewhere else, because we can't put up with this. This is about the style of Kung Fu that we teach here. You need to invest at least a modicum of effort to use the key concepts, to understand things like what an MP is, what an MC is. If you can't do these things, then why are you here? If you want to just be an audience member, okay. Then just stay an audience member. Just stay an observer. Just keep watching. If you don't want to participate, then you can do that. But if you want to participate, then there are expectations. And I've just stated them to you. You don't have to become, there are going to be people who are going to set themselves apart, who are going to be serious A+ students, that they're going to study the Go Free method. They're going to consistently practice the different types of practices that they are asked to practice, because they want to be the best that they can be. They want to access as much of the spirit of the West that is inside of them as they can. That doesn't have to be you, but you do have to use some measure of effort to use the lexicon, to apply dialectics, to understand what some of the most basic things are here. And of course, to refrain from the things I talked about earlier. Ultimately, people showing up who are not making an effort in those ways, who can't answer like some of the most basic things about what, as practitioners of Go Free, that we are trying to do and are doing in the world. If they can't answer those things, you're going to eventually end up being suspected of some various degree of trouble, either because in most cases it's going to be you're just used to the recreating that I described earlier and you want to do it again here, and it's just not permitted. And so you're running into that wall. But you're not going to be allowed to trouble the machinery of the recapture of our destiny. And I guess sometimes some people are going to have multiple touches before they finally get it. This is a thing that we do. It's not just the fun of me being able to use the latest racial joke I just heard or something like that. Now, having said that, these things are not big problems for us by any means in the GFCs and in the different teams that we have, the outreach team and etc. Not a big problem at all. But I just want to be on record making it very clear that these are the borders and the boundaries. And obviously, no attempt to redefine, redescribe, take the helm of the work that we're doing here will be tolerated. So, boundaries are once again, and every now and again, you have to very clearly state boundaries so that people understand them. And, that's one of the things that the shieldings that they talked a lot about was keeping the cranks out. Now, for them, it's going to be those who are going to interfere with the recreating they do of coming up with endless theories, abstraction after abstraction, and the abstraction of the day, whatever that might be, getting in the way of that sort of thing. And they specifically talked about people who are really nuts and they really get stuck on a particular. See, you can only in their version you can get stuck. Once you get stuck on a period in history or philosopher or whatever it is, and then drill down so far. But if you're one of the people that want to drill down even further and you really want to split hairs over this and that, they call you a spurg and they want to kick you out because that's going to thwart what they're trying to do. So same sort of thing here. You got to be able to get along, and you have to be, first and foremost, an advocate for white well-being, implementing the Go Free method. All right. I think that is it for that. Yeah. Let's get into the mailbag. And wouldn't you know it, we have a glorious piece of mail from the great Elaine Sabatino. And I received it a little late. I wasn't able to read. So this is a good thing, actually, because I can come back to this mail from Elaine several times during the mailbag portion of the gathering. But I want to, on Sundays, but I want to show you some of the beautiful artwork that she has done. And let's see. Okay, that's working. Isn't that something? This is a wonderful thing. Clearly, things made from the heart, you can see it come through. You can absolutely see it come through in the creation. And these kind of things are going to touch people. These kind of things are actually going to move people in the right way to object to anti-whiteism. Look at how beautiful. Tons of these wonderful things. Envelope after envelope. And she has maybe I'll read it because I haven't read any of it. I haven't had time to read any of it yet. I will read some next Sunday. But look at all of this. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We have this postcard with a actual wax stamp. I mean, so much goes into this. And the postcard Elaine has here, she says, "Dear Jason and Kate, thanks for all you do for our people. Congratulations for getting Dr. Swain on your channel. Cheers to white well-being." Elaine, God bless you, sister. Thank you so much for that. NWG forever. The great Elaine Sabatino, who, if her phone or line is working right now, she's with us. So God bless you, sister. Let's show Elaine some love, some 07s for the great work that she's doing. And you want to know how? I mean, these things end up out in the world, the good work that she's doing. I'll save these ones. It's so beautiful. For next Sunday. Such wonderful, such amazing work. When you acquire something from NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, book or whatever it might be, one or maybe two of these beautiful little works of Elaine almost always accompanies the item that leaves my hands to yours, and then you can do with it what you like. You can keep it as this wonderful memento, or you can take it out into the world where you think it will do the most good, and you can post it somewhere. Imagine like a woman seeing this, for example, in the bathroom, and if she sees this, or on a post out beside her favorite restaurant, of course, all places where it's legal to do so, and if she sees this and it's okay, that means her husband's going to be able to see it and means that it's okay. And you're going to be touching people in the place from where this item came. And that is in the heart. Elaine Sabatino, somewhere, think about sort of the musical harmonic beauty of this. Making these things that she pours her heart into. It travels through time and space, several trips around the country, around the globe, to make it to maybe your hands, then goes out into the world again, and then touches the heart of one or more people who see it where you are. It's really a wonderful thing. God bless you, Elaine. Thank you so much for that. It was wonderful to find that in the mailbox. That was all the mail we had for today. So a very brief bumper, I think. Or how about just a piece of music? How about a piece of music? And what do we have here? And then we will continue. I'll stay, so don't go anywhere. Sorry, that was the what you were just listening to. Why don't we try this?
My brother says it might not happen, but he's got dreams and longs of passion, dedicated to reclaiming our home, but passing it on to his kids is in the unknown. So much time and heart is then he left for this. Well, I would know, cause I've had it the best. Hoping to be blessed by his goddess a kiss. Take a look around, you are already rich. Your Promethean dreams are reality. Your Promethean queen has extreme beauty. And you can't give up on all us when all that I can see is so much hope left. There is love in the West. When we're falls, away to wake and take her. The power's in your hands for you to lend and save her. He pulls a boulder rumbling fast and steep. A Promethean heart is all you need. Your Promethean dreams are reality. Your Promethean queen has extreme beauty. And you can't give up on all us when all that I can see is so much hope left. There is love in the West. Your Promethean dreams are reality. Your Promethean queen has extreme beauty. Your Promethean dreams are reality. Your Promethean queen has extreme beauty. And you can't give up on all us when all that I can see is so much hope left. There is love in the West.
That, of course, was our very own R.C. the Realist. A wonderful piece of music. Promethean Dreams. I love it. So if you all can hear me okay, we're going to go ahead and go into it. It's now 13 minutes after 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And we will very shortly open the phones up to you. And we have one caller. Let me check our financial gifts first, and then I'll look at your comments in the live chat. Looks like, okay, we're blank on Odyssey. Didn't miss anybody. And blank on D Live. No missing anybody there. But over here on Entropy, we're going to break out. Break them out, ladies and gentlemen. 07s, 95s, crowns for his feet. Crowns for his head. Gems for his feet. Maybe he could wear crowns on his feet. That would be new. We could do something differently. Crowns for his head, folks. This guy is amazing. He is a true hero in service to white well-being, and we want to make sure that you celebrate the one and only D.B. 50. God bless you, brother. 50 in defense of white baby dollars. God bless you, man. He says for white well-being, such a hero in service to white well-being, such a continuing testimonial that is made by Dude Bro Moment and others who do this. A continuing testimonial about this works. It's changed my life. It's changing my life for the better. It's changing the lives of those around us for the better. DB50, a continuing testimonial. 50, working class guy, 50 white well-being dollars. Thank you so very much, good sir. What a champ. And I have a feeling we're going to continue celebrating here. Keep out your raucous emojis. Your 95s. I'm going to throw some 07s, 007s, 95s for all three of these gentlemen. We got starting off with DB50, and we're heading right now to a name you know well, a musician, a thinker, a knight of the white table, First Lad. Financially gifting 100 testimonial for the Go Free Method dollars. 100 testimonial dollars for the Go Free Method. God bless you, brother. Rock out the flames and the hearts, the crowns and the gems, the dinosaurs. What else? The bugles they have. The swashbuckling flags for these heroes. And keep it going. First, last. It goes right into right into the one and only. Every time he is preceded by a great shamrock in the sky, we have the one and only Irish Nick. And he writes with his testimonial of the power that we wield here, the changes we make on this earth for white well-being. And he underscores it with $50. $50 as the underscore for his sentence for white well-being and that great green shamrock in the sky. God bless you, good sir. I'm going to drop on myself 007s, 95s in the live chat. Celebrate balloons, flowers. We've got DB50 at $50 financial gift. First Last at $100 financial gift. Irish Nick at $50 financial gift. Big celebrations for the true champions who are changing the world. Heroes whose names we need to make sure are always remembered. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you all. Thank you so very much. And it's so wonderful to be with you all in service to white well-being. I'm going to get to your comments, live chat comments right away, and thread comments as well, since we have them up, and we always like to revisit those. We have so many intelligent things that are said and emailed to me on the threads under these videos because you all are doers, and sharing your wisdom is one of the best things that we can possibly do. We have here in the thread, looks like Chris writes here, anti-whiteism is not only real, it's actively being used as a weapon against white people globally. The media normalize it. The Western global government legalizes it. International corporations promote it and fund it. BLM foot soldiers, Antifa foot soldiers, massive illegal alien invasion of only historically white countries destroy our homelands. Davos meeting planet, World Economic Forum finance it. NATO depopulates whites, war with Russia. Council on Foreign Relations internationally communicates and coordinates it. United Nations globally enacts it. I love this, what Chris Kyle wrote here, because he takes all of these things that are out there, even the things that people spend their whole lives going on about, even the Kevin Trudeau I was talking about, he made himself scores of millions of dollars off of telling people that he was in on the meetings of the Trilateral Commission and all this other kind of garbage. I'm not saying that these things don't exist, but I'm saying that you can't do anything about them. It can be neat for entertainment. It can be neat to know, some of you, that this is happening in the world, but you can't do anything about them and them getting together, and talking about them getting together changes nothing. Talking about what you think they're doing accomplishes nothing for us. The Go Free method does. You push back on what these big amalgamations, these big groups of people that are getting together, you push back successfully on what they're doing in those meetings. I can guarantee you, at none of these meetings have they ever worried about J-Spurgs. And we'll talk about that maybe in a roll-in this week with that old website. People today are not even going to believe it. You won't even believe it. So this Chris Kyle takes all of these things and he says anti-whiteism is real. And all of this is under and behind it. Well written. Thank you for that. I should tweet that. I'm looking to see if I read this one before by Lovely Porge. I don't think I have. No, maybe I did. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I've read this before. Lovely Porge. As for Tucker's question on why we should care about Ukrainians since they are hundreds of miles away and no one can point to them on a map, I would ask him the same, but for Israel. The answer is because Israelis are Jewish. And for me, because Ukrainians are white. Precisely. Very well written. Beautiful, brother. All right, we will slide down here and we'll see. Take a look at the live chat, which is lively. I see Gentile Gentleman is here. Wonderful to see you, good brother. Wonderful to see you. There's Coconut. Great to see you, sister. And also great to see Jessica. Hello to you, sister. And also great to see Melissa. Great to see you, sister. Is that Dai Shade? Hello and welcome. Let's see what this is all about. Nothing. Caesar is here. Great to see you. There's great bio spirit of the West is with us. So is White Wolf. Wonderful to see you. Eric is here. Great to see you, champion. And what else? Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. If you want me to see something that you want me to speak to, answer, whatever it might be. There's Lunda from Down Under Thunder. I actually want to stay in a group, band, in the community that actually lasts the test of time. Most of those groups fall apart, writes Promethean Kitchen. Yeah, precisely. That's all they do. They go through these phases that I've seen over 3 decades in the white sympathetic sphere. They have a novelty phase. It's the same thing with a lot of the content creators, too. They have a novelty phase where it's like they're new and maybe this will be it. But they're always, their content is not new. The name of the group or the name of the content creator or thinker or whatever it is new, is popular at that time. The content is rehashed, always the same thing. They always take the same thing. And it's always, a couple handfuls of ideas. Segregation, ethno-state, secession, J-spurging, white negativity, demonizing other races, abjuring, hiding out, cravening up into the hills with a handful of other people to just hide away from it selfishly, to ideas of surviving the collapse. That's one of the most ridiculous ones. They're all ridiculous, but the surviving the collapse it really is to say that those individuals acknowledge that they're defeated and there's no hope. It's all going to come crashing down and they're going to rebuild. So like sometimes the focus is on surviving the collapse. Other times it's on rebuilding, as though surviving is just, obviously we'll just survive. When of course you're not going to. If the West collapses, like they're talking, they're dead. They're dead. There's no rebuilding. There's no like waiting around and hiding out in the hills and then rebuilding. I mean, it's such a infantile, but it's a self-serving thing because they're not really concerned for rebuilding in the future. They're not really concerned for the elite of the future. They're concerned for being seen as the elite of today, for that aggrandizement. So you see these new personalities, new group names. So they put some new clothing on it. new appearance, people get interested, they migrate to it, and then all they do is they steal, they purloin, they pilfer, they snipe members from other groups. So it's really common in the white sympathetic sphere, because these people, they get an idea and it's not thought through, it's thought through to a degree, whatever X that is, and they don't know how to go, even with their plan, from where we are to where they want to be, and the teleos that they want to sell, or that they are trying to sell people, that objective, that shining objective on the hill. So what they conclude is they've got the right idea. Now, all they need is people. They need tons of people. And if it's not working, it's because they don't have enough people, rather than the idea is the problem. So what they do is they go out into the world and they pilfer members from other groups. They look for their most active members. They look for their most talented members. They look for their biggest contributors. They look for their biggest donors, because they erroneously believe that if you just get these people and more people, then this totally retarded idea will somehow magically work. Now, if you pin them on how will this work, they don't know. It is Deus ex machina. It is God of the gaps. You just got to get more and more people. And you'll see even the dumbest of ideas, the dumbest of wishes. So it's not even an attempt at a plan. It'll be like, well, we just need to have our own country. Okay, well, how do you get to that? Well, if more and more people, then it just happens. Well, okay, bullshit. So what happens is they'll go out into other groups and they'll steal from other groups. And then participants, after they're in a group or following a content creator for a while, and the promises aren't material. By the way these groups and content creators keep people interested after the novelty wears off, what they'll do is they'll make big promises for like a year or 2 years or 3 years out. And at the same time, blame the groups that are similar to theirs. So if it's like a LARPing group, they'll blame the other LARPing groups. But they'll make these promises, just another year, and we'll be there, But once the novelty starts to wear off for participants, they just migrate to the next new thing. And they take that same behavior everywhere they go. So the group, that same recreating behavior that I talked about earlier, the group becomes stale. And it slowly loses the sort of the vitality and the flair. And then sometimes they persist for many years, though, in that state. It's kind of like a dying star. It can blow up or it can shrink down and persist for a very long time. And the reason why it can shrink down and persist for a very long time is that the leaders and those that follow the leaders, the new leaders, are using it for their sustenance. They pay rent, they pay mortgage, they pay for their food. And so they just keep pushing it. They keep it alive because they need it for life. And then they become really vassals, even more so, of their audience, because it's just like, hey, come here and recreate. And we'll just recreate under the name of our group here. Other times, they cease to be. But yeah, Promethean Kitchen, I too want to be part of something that persists and lives forever, not this endless cycling of groups. Hard Place is with us. St. Andrew is with us. Coconut says, is that a Jason bobblehead? No, my head would never bobble. It's an actual statue of yours truly. And great to see you, sister. Moose is here. Tiffany is here. Hello, sister. The one-eyed man says in the thread, that's a great comparison. Free speech absolutists are dishonest in the exact same way as those that say our victimizers are censoring us because of communism. I don't, at the moment, it's not coming back to me exactly what was said there, but it was worthy of sharing. Perhaps you all can tease out what exactly he was talking about. Blood and Soil says, in case you hadn't heard in a while, thank you. I was so black-pilled until I discovered you. I'm still righteously livid, but no longer hopeless. Your work is invaluable. I hope my quieter contributions to our people can inspire others as well. But the stance I have, the message I convey are thunderous. Thank you so much for your service to white well-being, true champion and hero. We have Azimuth Clark, the great Azimuth Clark, in the threads next. Strolling through the live chat. Evil Author is with us. JK160 pointing out that on the channel, the YouTube channel, we have 2.2 million views. And every one of them hard fought for. Every one of them were just blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing coming easy to us. Everything shut down, censored every direction, tongue cut out of our mouths everywhere we go. Thank you for mentioning that, good brother. 2.2 million views, 800 videos, and hundreds more, as I say, but 800 videos available on the channel. Alex says, sad to see only a few people watching such important topics. No White Guilt needs more people together. Yeah. Yes, we do. We need to get to the target audience. We need to get to the target audience, which are like these Trump voters, that 73% of them saying that anti-whiteism is a big problem. We need to get to those people. We need to bring them over. And of the explicitly white sympathetic people, out of them, we need to get those that are possible. There are not very many left in those circles because of the well poisoning. For them, it's going to be either you're demonizing Jews or you're not doing anything at all. And I need to do a roll-in about that this coming week, I think. Oh, Elaine says, glad you like it, brother, with a big heart. Well, thank you so much for that. Samuski says, I bought Go Free from Collectibles, and it came with 2 handmade NWG stickers from Elaine. They are Christmas themed, my favorite holiday, and I love them. That's awesome, man. Thank you for sharing that. That's really cool, isn't it? That is really very cool. Yep, there are a few people here. Think about the intense jealousy it takes from the other content creators. Jealousy of the practice, jealousy of yours truly. I think it will be probably one that'll have to be overcome from the outside. Then through them, unless the good Lord decides to witness to them in a way that they can't deny. Who knows? But you're right, Alex. There's one, I don't want to say too much. There's one content creator that in the implicit white sympathetic sphere that began ignoring me as soon as lots of his audience started showing interest. So it just happens again and again and again. Lunder says, when are we getting a solar-powered hula hooping Jason figurine? One's already made. We just got to break it out. Melissa says, your lives are well presented. I like that you talk with your audience with respect and dignity. The approach draws love. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And this is the best. This is the best community. This is the best team. Team White Wellbeing. It is the best team. Hyperborean Dream. Hello, hello. There's Dude Bro Moment in the live chat. All right. Thank you all. Everybody who celebrated is a true descendant of God. Lunder, why do you use anti-Jewish instead of anti-Semitism? Because anti-Semitism is a meme pathogen. You'll see it used more often to mean that the white person is not anti-white enough than to mean that there is some genuine anti-Jewish sentiment. It's wielded by people who are not even Jewish, and wielded as just another MP of the anti-white narrative. So to say anti-Jewish is very specific, and it's also verbiage that we're choosing, of our choosing. Stephanie asks, what's a gap in the white positive sphere that you see needs to be filled? Is there effective high ROI work that isn't being done? As a community, as a team, we need to be focusing, I guess, less time on debates with anti-whites or J-Spurgs or Nazi LARPers or these sorts of things. You know, when these people reveal themselves, maybe just like a very brief back and forth, but then onto accounts onto platform, onto in-person events where you can influence far more implicit white sympathetic people. And because this is the place where, you know, the definition here of like ROI has to be sort of stated. And that is, are people likely, is a given group likely to come to white well-being specifically, take up the Go Free method, say, versus a group that is likely to take up much of the lexicon. So we have to kind of draw a distinction there. Like when we're fishing, when we're endeavoring, what is the return that we're looking for per the given group? So there are things we can do to get people to come to white well-being, to get people to come to the Go Free method. And then there are others that we can do to get people like this 73% that to get them to start using anti-whiteism, anti-white, 5 key concepts, and some more of the MCs that it will be very useful to them. That'll be easy just to sort of drop there. They'll know its usefulness. It'll float around briefly. They'll experience such scenarios where it's useful to them, and they'll snatch it up. If I'm speaking to your question, the way you asked it, with the intent you asked it, then that's the answer. If I'm not quite speaking to the way you intended it, then please correct me, specify a little bit more, and we'll see if I can't speak to it there. But we need to identify these groups, identify what we are likely to get out of them, and establish strategies, solo activities, team activities, to accomplish those objectives. That's what we need to be doing. Great question, though. And I'll actually ask you as well. Do you see a gap or gaps that can or potentially could be filled, that could, and I'll put it to the whole community, by being filled, net a result that we can define that will benefit our work toward our objective? All right, let's jump into Azimuth Clark saying, how many more stories like this do you have to see before you start going free? If you're a new person or you're just reading this, you better get your head screwed on right. The anti-whites can destroy any of us. Your grandmother could be walking home from the pharmacy and get punched in the face in what's called the knockout game. Grandpa could be coming home from Lowe's with some tools he is using to help repair the community and have his car stolen and left for dead on the side of the road. It could be your college-age sister or girlfriend taking out the trash at night, and she can be assaulted or sexually assaulted, or even worse. Can you just sit back and watch our weakest and most vulnerable attacked because of who we are? Because of how we were born and the color of our skin? Learn and spread our lexicon. Speak out against anti-whiteism. You hear other white people sharing their experiences, but they don't know to call it anti-whiteism. Let them know, ! Tell them there's a loving community of like-minded people. Go free or die. You're either going to be the victim of anti-whiteism one day, or your family will be white erased. Go free is the only way. Perfectly written. And that's the type of urgency, because it's reality, that we have to speak and act with. Very well done, brother. All right, where are we? Okay, we'll be taking calls very shortly. Stephanie writes back here. She says the ROI, as she's defining here, is adopting the lexicon and escaping the anti-white narrative, or at least accepting that it's okay to support white well-being. So that's the return. And what kind of things can we do? And are there any holes that aren't being done? We have Biospirit of the West here as well. Do you have any thoughts on that as well, brother? On things that are not being done that potentially could be done to get the lexicon to our brothers and sisters. Wing of Production says, have you ever interacted with Jim Goad, and what do you think of his work? I've not interacted with him, and he has friends years ago that attacked me viciously, and like an inner group, and I had one of that group that thought it was wrong, thought what they were doing, their planning was, what they were planning was awful. And it was essentially over Born Guilty. And they are just sycophants of Jim Goads. And I'm not a real, his style is something I find objectionable. And there's some other things, but we're running low on time. But so he's not my cup of tea, but my real interaction is there is this circle of guys, a bunch of them in Georgia, and they're just massive Goad fans. And I reached out to Goad. He never responded, asking him to tell them to knock it off. The first part of their plan that a bunch of them, or a handful of them, carried out was they went on Amazon and they were repeatedly all over Amazon, and they were going into live chats. This is the kind of shit I face, by the way, folks. And they were going into live chats and they were telling people that my book, Born Guilty, and his book, what did he title his book? After my book. He got a title for his book that was almost identical. That he was, like practically giving away on Amazon. That is like, how many pages is it? 150 pages, 200 pages, whatever it is. They were going out there and they were telling people that Born Guilty and Jim Goad's book were essentially the exact same thing. And so you might as well buy the inexpensive, shorter book written by Goad. That was the first part of their plan that they were carrying out. I was sent screen captures of their conversations. It was totally despicable. And it was all just for this like bizarre loyalty to Goad and the slandering that he does. And I had nothing, and probably jealousy of yours truly too. But these guys were all old, like fat fucking losers. All old, like sitting around in their suspenders, and they're just sitting around with their beards and their suspenders, and they're like, I know what to do. We're just going to go out there and kill them, and those were the supporters. That was like this group, like their bellies sticking out. Oh, seriously, not a joke. I'm not just creating like this ridiculous picture. Dirty clothes wearing, like dirty t-shirt with holes in belly sticking over kind of guys. Those were the ones that were going out there and saying to people, don't buy the Born Guilty. It's the same thing, and it's 3 times the cost, and you'll 3 times as long. So just get Jim Goad here. They went everywhere doing that. I don't know if anybody recalls seeing that, but so that's been my experience. And I wrote him and I asked during the stream, I said, tell them to back off or I'm going to start revealing their names, and nothing. So I had to, the problem was the person that was giving me the info would have been totally compromised. Dom Am says, hey, Jason, can you talk about the people going to British museums and saying that the foreign artifacts were stolen and that Europeans have no culture? I'm saying a lot of, I guess, seeing a lot of those on Instagram. I absolutely can. And we'll speak to that. We'll take a couple seconds here to make a change and be right back. We have one caller on the line. We're going to get to that in just a moment. And yeah, the question about this, of course, is the anti-white narrative. It is white erasure. You can use both of these when you talk to people about this going on. The claim here inside of the anti-white narrative, this is an important thing to know, is that, and I was going to mention it earlier about Scott Adams making a claim about history as a narrative. You see how close he is. History is just a narrative. It's an anti-white narrative. And it changes as the present changes. As the present gets more anti-white, the past gets more anti-white. The anti-white narrative, the anti-white story. So you'll see more and more claims of these. You'll be able to predict for people that anti-whites are going to claim that more and more, in an effort to white erase Western kind, and you got to use that phrase, white erase, in an effort to white erase us, our accomplishments, our deeds, our glory, they're going to be going into more and more places and making claims that this isn't of white people had nothing to do with it, this is theft, white people don't have their own culture. That of course is a claim to white erase, and even biologically white erase. If a people doesn't exist, then they need to cease existing in front of you. So this is what these people are claiming, and you need to put that on those who are doing it. This is a despicable thing, obviously. And calling them out on their anti-whiteism and their objective puts them in a place where they have to defend the victimization. So it's a really disgusting thing. Going out there, destroying our art, claiming that it's not ours. It's all part of white erasing us from our own history. It's all part to demoralize and to thieve from us. All right, we still have one. If you would like to talk on the phone, you got to reach out to me on Skype, and we will get you on here. Wing of Productions says, Cripes, thanks for sharing your story. So many uglies. I know, man. I know. Isn't it something? Deo says, there always seemed to be a big name that is supposedly, quote, moving the needle, but ends up imploding and not accomplishing anything for white well-being. Supposed white sympathetics praise them and then look like fools when they inevitably backtrack, rinse, and repeat. Great stream, Jason. Thank you so much for that, and so true. And the midget wittery out there just knows no end, does it? I mean, you can have people, all those people who came to me about us, about Kanye West, and God, so many others, Tate, so many others, and trashed us, etc. They don't come back. They don't come back and say how wrong they were, and now their heads are clear, and that just doesn't happen. And Deo is so right there. It's just this next one is our guy. He's doing so much. I mean, imagine what these people in the white sympathetic sphere who were endorsing Tate I got slammed. I don't know if you remember. People saying how jealous I was of Tate, how jealous I was of his girls, how jealous I was of his money. That's all it is, Jason. Really? Well, now this video comes out and we see how he really feels. Are these white sympathetic people going to come back and apologize, say how wrong they were? Of course not, because they have no character. All right. We are going to make the call. Let me just check really quickly, make sure we haven't missed anybody. And we're going to make that call. And make sure we didn't miss anybody over here. Fabulous. Dom Am says, I agree. And even the stuff that is not originally British is more secure and cared for in Europe than where they came from. Well, precisely. There is no obligation to Western kind, to Westmen, to surrender artifacts that anti-whites want to claim as non-white. First off, there's no obligation there. You know, Wayne, what is it? Malone LeVay, come and take them. I mean, that needs to be our attitude. Come and take them. But we have something here to actually wield the go free method, so it's not hollow like these cuck-servatives. But that needs to be the attitude. We're under no obligation. First of all, the anti-white narrative is incessantly white erasing history. So we can look at places around the world where we see and where we know to be white people existed. White people, everybody saw King Tut's biology, his genetics. And you can see as the pharaohs came closer to present and further back in time, we can see these things. We're under no obligation to turn over anything. But certainly no obligation. I mean, could you imagine you own a bicycle, you bought it, but they're going to show up and say, well, that bicycle was made in another country, so it's not yours. You designed it, you engineered a bicycle, you created a bicycle, but it was made with minerals or whatever from another land, and so it's not yours? Preposterous. And then you could take the argument further and you say something that was created by a non-white people, verifiably, and we recognize this, it's clearly objectively the truth, in these unstable environments where these artifacts, part of mankind's history, are in danger. We're under no obligation to turn them over to the kilns in these countries. No obligation whatsoever. So I wouldn't accept anything. I would not accept any of their narrative, any whatsoever. I mean, you look here in the Americas and you look at the oldest tools, the oldest buildings, the oldest spear points, the oldest skulls, and we are on an anti-white platform. We're in an anti-white world, so we can't just go out there contradicting them. But you can look at that and see, if you accept their argument about what was happening back then nothing belongs to the white race. The white race achieved nothing. So we were somehow the best at theft, I guess, and somehow the best at warfare, I guess, except somehow I'm sure there'll be some circular reasoning, and you weren't actually the best at theft or warfare either. It was just X, Y, or Z. It was just, maybe you're the best at being unfair. Maybe that will be at the very end. If anti-whiteism is allowed to run its course, then the only thing that the white race will be left to be able to be best at, its legacy, is being unfair. That will be it. Better at nothing but being unfair. You won the war unfairly. If you had been fair, non-whites would have won. So I would not accept any of their history. Flat out, I reject all of the anti-white assertions about history. Absolutely. None of those artifacts are up for question as far as I'm concerned. And if I were the leader of a Western country, which would be totally epic, and I had in one of our museums, safe, secure, some thing from a non-white people in some land, I would say, if it had not established some protracted period of stability, I would say, you may come and visit it here. You may come and see it here. We preserved it. It would not have been preserved. It's like the Rosetta Stone. Nobody would have known what those Egyptians, who happen to have a lot of white DNA, but check it out for yourself. I could be wrong. Check it out for yourself. I could be wrong. Nobody would know what they were saying, because somehow the math and the language was all forgotten. So nobody would know what they were saying if it weren't for white people. But again, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, they're rewriting the history now. So the more anti-white today becomes, the more anti-white the past becomes. So you watch. But I would say, we found it, we preserved it. That means we have the right to hold on to it and keep it secure. Now, if over some protracted period, some non-white people, their country is secured and they've demonstrated that, look, we're stable. There's not just going to be some coup like we see so often in so many of these countries, then I would begin the process of the considering returning the item. But otherwise, forget about it. And the people from those countries, they would be, who really love their past, they would be thanking God in heaven that we have secured something from their past, from the predation of their present. That's obvious. It's almost like after the interview with Carlson, it's almost like people forgot what Andrew Tate actually said like 2 years ago, and he actually was doing it. Oh, so people are back again liking Tate? Are you talking about Goad's book, Whiteness, the Original Sin? Yes, Elaine. And she says here, she says she's read it and she's halfway through Born Guilty. She says Goad's book would only appeal to white sympathetics. Precisely. It's ultimately just a collection of his articles, right? So this is a way that authors double profit off of their audience. And I guess you mean explicit white sympathetics. Let's get to the phones. And we have WordConqueror wants to have a conversation. So let's get him on the phone and get him talking. Here we go.
Hello?
Hey, brother. What's going on and what's on your mind? Uh-oh, you're gone. Are you still there? Hello? Let's call him back.
Sorry, did something happen?
Oh, it's okay. We got cut off. But you're back now. What's on your mind, brother?
So, something I was going to say is there's a lot of information that's withheld from us around the world or even talked about very much. And a good example is, so there was this lady, her name was, it was Canet something. She was this lady from South Africa. And like 4 or 5 years ago, she was killed in a farm attack.
Oh, Annette.
By her own employee.
Right.
And she was a Boer farmer activist who basically was like advocating against the killings on farms.
Yes.
And something I was getting at is that in the media, they sort of, because of course they craft their own story, they don't talk about, white rights advocates. That was the second thing I was going to talk about is the person who created the account Antiwhiteism in Fiction, Nocta something. Don't worry, nothing happened to her. But she, I think at some point, it might have been her or someone else that came up with the term. And the reason I mention this term, white rights, I think this is a very useful term. It might not be useful, but I think it might be a really useful term when talking to like people in the future, because it sort of very much separates ourselves from basically how anti-whites like to portray us, and also the groups that LARP and pretend to care about us, but then just demonize other groups.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Right.
And so I think in the future, it would be very helpful if we started calling ourselves that a lot more, like white rights advocates and stuff like that.
I'm making a note of that. Yeah, we there are various things, and what works for you folks, what WorldConqueror is talking about here, as long as everything that you're doing is white positive, if you find that it is in accord with white positivity, if it works for you, your delivery, your persona, your audience, if it's working, then go with that. So that's great, man. Thank you for that suggestion.
Something else I was going to say is that, so there, I think the country that would be the most helpful currently to push to our side is Poland. And the reason I say specifically Poland is because Poland, right, it's become very, very obvious that why Poland is succeeding and why these other European countries are falling apart, right? Because, which that's not the reason, but what I'm getting at is this country is one of the most homogenous European countries in the world. And because of that, it has, and it's also one of the ones resisting erasure the most. And its economy is improving, its technology, its army is improving, which basically means it will be able to defend itself from the anti-whites as time goes on. And they try to do anything to them. And in Poland, they've also been resisting there's this EU thing where they're like, oh, you have to give money to help us import 1 billion immigrants into Europe, or you have to, let them in your country. And they said no, and still won't allow the thing, even though it officially passed, which is like super based. Even though it officially passed, they're not even following the law of the EU, which is one of the cool things about Poland, right? Is they're different from a lot of other conservatives, where conservatives are like, oh, we got to play by the rules, and the Polish are like, no, screw the rules. We came from communism. We're not going to play by the rules. We know that doesn't work, if that makes sense. And I guess what I'm getting at is that because Poland has resisted it so much, and it's the biggest, currently most powerful country that is sort of sympathetic to stopping white erasure and all this stuff, I think that would be the current most important country to get on our side, besides the United States, obviously, because if the United States, that's obviously the most important, but I'm saying in the long run for the future of Europe, I would say Poland is the most important country. And that's it. That's all I was going to say.
Well, brother, thank you so much. And you are welcome every single week to call in. And I really like the thoughts that you shared there. So let me know whenever you want to come back, and we'll chat again.
Okay. Promethean Hails. Have a good day.
Promethean Hails, brother. Bye-bye. All right. Some great points there by WorldConqueror. I jumped in there for a moment about the him using, and potentially you using, white rights. If you would like to do that, if it works for you, as I was saying, I like to, you really see, I guess, my style comes through in the advocacy that I teach, because my style has been informed by success. Anything that was failing, I dropped. So whereas, like, I would go to meetings, and in the white sympathetic sphere, I'd get together with people, have chats with them, and they would, let's say, for example, talk about secession. And like, we would share, how did people respond to the suggestion of secession? And these were, these stories weren't people trying to defend their strategy because we were all trying to do something to put an end, or at least I thought so, to the victimization of white people. I think now going free is kind of like the dividing line. If you want to end the victimization of white people, this is where you come. If that's what you want to do, this is where you come. If there are other things out there you want to accomplish, then let that be known. But this is where you come to end the victimization of white people. And so we would talk about it. And when I would share my experiences, and I would hear others, and we would have kind of like a uniform experience of people laughing at you, saying it's absurd, and on, all negative, just nothing but negative. So for a time, I would explore, well, maybe the way it's broached, maybe the way it's explained. And then that was always problematic for me, because I knew that the way I broach something, the way I explain something, would be something that I would end up having to be with everybody who was talking about it. It's not the kind of thing that I can control the decisions that can be made in. People could go about it a seemingly infinite number of ways, most of which would be harmful. So I would explore, like, is there a better way to, and we had long conversations about different things, how to deliver and and then finally, when I felt like, okay, there's just no workable way for this message to be delivered, and for people to, sane people, productive people, good people, to adopt it and become part of that effort, I correctly concluded this doesn't work. I mean, it's not only the message, simultaneously you have like the message you're discussing, but also you have like what's objectively actually doable. In this case, it could be message could be spread without it being something that is actually doable, but the message itself, something that could bring people together. But then after the exploration, discovering that no, it doesn't it only brings, there are some good people, far too few. It's mostly just a fantasy that people cope. They use as a coping mechanism, right? So I would then say to these groups of people, and this is, you all get these insights of my experience over all these years. I would then say, you don't have to go through it. I would say, okay, we got to time has come to abandon this. We have thoroughly explored. It's time to go. And then the looks, the responses, like you're trying to take away a security blanket. And I would respond saying, are you like serious? Are you even serious right now? We want to end the victimization of white people. We have explored a strategy that objectively can't be done, but as a message can't even be done. But you want to stick with it? What is even going through your head? And then the lies come out. And then it actually worked with my second cousin Bill at the family reunion. And then I would even point out there, like, how many people were at the family reunion? 500. It was huge. And you got Bill to join you? How many family members disowned you? And these would be the same kind of people that would tell me about family ostracizing them because we were close and I thought we were on the same mission. But they were like, Jason, you want to take away my binky blankie? How dare you? I got a binky blankie and I'm just going to wrap it around me and I'm going to feel all warm and fuzzy as Western civilization burns down around me and becomes hell for everybody out there. Well, so I would move on. So when it comes to, you see my strategy in the Go Free method because it has worked, because I crush people who are anti-white. I make them come totally unglued. I remember just right now, an anti-white woman who was Jewish at the gym. And we were both at the gym. We were friendly and we had a conversation. And holy God, She absolutely lost it. I mean, totally hated being the villain in the story. And I was very calm. I was like, oh, it's just like this. And she came unraveled. Tried to pin me as the villain in the anti-white narrative, couldn't do it. And I kept my poise. She came unglued. And then other cases, bringing people right over that otherwise, people on airplanes, there was a guy on an airplane who had, and I don't press it, I'm a normal human being, amiable, affable guy on a plane, and we get into just a normal conversation. I just work these things in, just drop them here and there. And he's like, yeah. And I let him kind of lead a little bit. And with what I'm giving, give his own examples. And then I agree with those when they are accurate. And maybe when they're not, I like, I don't know. And then come to find out he had some decent money. I never talked with him again, but he goes out into the world now, empowered with some of that lexicon, some of the dialect. This is the kind of things that have been going on forever. So use what works for you. Now, WordConqueror mentioned Annette Kinnelly, and that is, of course, the great Aussie Mike shared and promulgated her story of her gruesome murder by anti-white employee in an anti-white system, sweeping it under the rug. And the guy, I think, ultimately got a slap on the wrist for this brutal murder. It's particularly poignant for us because Annette was a brand new member of this community. And she had just started to look into it. And I believe got the, which book? Maybe Go Free. And so she was brand new. And you think about, had she found us a year earlier, would she have gotten rid of, would she have seen the anti-white signs in her worker? I don't know. Would she still be alive today? But God bless Aussie Mike for the great work that he's done in bringing the tales of Annette and other lives of our people that have been lost in our once great country of South Africa. God bless Aussie Mike. And then the Poland subject and being able to reach our good people in our great country of Poland. If you know somebody there, politician or whatever, they want to talk, I will talk with any of them to empower our people in Poland now is one of the most powerful things that we can do. Now, what will cause Poland to take up the lexicon? Well, getting Donald Trump supporters to start using the lexicon so that Donald Trump starts using it. Then Poland will start using it. All of Poland. That's one of the most powerful ways. Otherwise, is there a connection to a government employee, a party member that I can speak to and me travel or get on the phone with them or whatever it is? You see, we just have to break through enough of the shell that more of folks with power and wealth can find us. And we know that we're able to reach big content creators, powerful people like Dr. Swain. We know that we're able to reach them. The problem is that while they're in a position to either take up the lexicon or even be seen with us, as Dr. Swain did, they're not really in a position in the anti-white West to champion us. They feel. I'm not saying it's not objectively they can't do it. I'm saying they feel that they can't. And so that leaves us in a challenging position where we have to continually work magic again and again and again. We can't even get a giant contact that we make to connect us to another, We have to work magic again and again. We have to reach up from underneath again and again and snatch hold of these big folks and get their attention. But the more we come through this shell, the more folks, champions we get, and the better we get at doing what we do, the more chance we have of connecting with people with wealth and people with power. And at some point, good Lord willing, we're going to find somebody who is wealthy or powerful or both, and they're not threatened, and they don't feel like they can't share us and what we're doing and promulgate the work that we're doing. And then those would be the person or people that would say, okay, I'm going to start using these words. I'm going to start using these concepts and tell their audience, and that might be an audience on the internet. It might be an audience in person, it might be voters. Say, this is where it's coming from. These are good people. This is where it's coming from. And we should honor that. And we should see what else they have to teach us. Good Lord willing, that happens. And if the good Lord is going to help, that means we have to be out there strategizing, volunteering, and making it happen. And then the good Lord just gives that little nudge over for those who are paying their dues. That's how it's always worked. All right. Let me see what y'all are saying before we get out of here with the final couple minutes. I want y'all to remember, if I'm willing to dedicate up to an hour of the end of Going Free on Sundays to calls. If anybody wants to call in, you just contact me on my Skype. We can have you on for 30 seconds. We can have you on for 10 minutes. And you just be white positive. So in the future, let us know, and you write into me on my Skype, and then I call you at the appropriate time, and we'll make it happen. It looks like over there on D Live, Spartan just donated a lemon of cryptocurrency. God bless you for that, brother. A lemon of cryptocurrency. And we're blank over there on Odyssey, but I do see something I agree with from Good Job. Says Tate is a scumbag, period. After that video I saw, he would definitely have to, or videos, he would have to do a serious 180 to come back for me to reconsider who and what that guy is. Okay, didn't miss anybody over here. Owning Anti-White Goblin says, that's a good point. I didn't think of it that way. I don't know what I said, but thank you very much. White Student Transmission says, I was thinking of tweeting a white sympathetic politician in Central Eastern Europe to warn them that what they see in America is heading toward them. We offer them white positive material. Absolutely. Cool. Yeah. Make it happen. Melissa says, she tags Franklin here. She says, I just want to use his books as reference, for example. I cannot write academic items without a reference. I could reference a video. I have been putting 2023 no white guilt. Okay, so you're writing something you want to cite. Yeah, I mean, really digging into the material, the ebook of Go Free is available. It doesn't have the chunk in the back of the book. Or does it? No, it does have. The ebook has it. The audiobook doesn't have the chunk in the back. That can help for searching, if we're finding quotes and etc. Citing the channel is also, as I recall from university, you can cite a channel and a time frame. So if that's what you're doing, then that works as well. We have to reference the first owner individual who coined the term. No white guilt might not be able to send it to me. Looks like there are a couple questions from Melissa. Looks like we were asking about the 9 words when I started, specifically. That was like 4 years ago, wasn't it? I think. That we talked about it on stream, But then as far as it being a meme curative, how much older is it than that? Well, you can cite the book for the 9 words. Anti-white, and Franklin's right, anti-whiteism since 94. And other things have accreted over time as I have established their usefulness. And the Skype for next time is Jason Kuna, no white guilt. Oops. Let me just make sure I got it perfectly right. My screen name. Yeah. So, and the O is umlaut O. I don't know if that'll matter. So you got to find me that way and send a message. And then that way in the future, I'll be able to call you when you want to be on a call. And if you have issues this time, then reach back out next time we're together and on a gathering, and we'll see if I or one of the mods can't remedy that so that we can have more people calling in to get your points of view and what's going on. Was there a question about Mr. V? He will be back shortly. He will be back shortly. Hi, Jason. The interview with Daniel Concannon was great. Oh, thank you. You and him are funny, personable. When's your next interview with him? There's nothing planned right now. And if is he on Cozy? Because if he's on Cozy, he'll never be allowed to be seen with me again, because that's how Nick is. Klomp is here. Great to see you. Yeah, it was a fun chat. It was a fun chat with him. Owning Anti-White Goblin says, wait a minute, Annette Kennelly was a Go Free practitioner? Yes, she was brand new to the community. And that's why we were just totally devastated when she was murdered. I mean, would have been upset anyhow, but it was very personal, of course. Well, my friends, we are coming to the end of another epic gathering. We need to go out there into the world. We need to be reaching our brothers and sisters. There is no time like the present. This week, you got to make it happen. I'll be back in a couple of days, of course, and we'll roll in. We're going to talk about this J-spurging and maybe put a big dent in people practicing it. Until then, I want to see you all rocking the world the way champions do. I love you all. Let's go free.